Oi. Doggo wants to play. There we go. Don't have to feel like a monster for ignoring her. Alrighty. Let's go. Hello and welcome back to the Plays Laysara, Summit Kingdom. We finished the painful puzzle map. G'day, Sergeant Cookie. And now we are taking on what seems to be the final map. We should get to work. Why are you in such a hurry? He has a hunch, and I think the hunch is that the lady is coming back. Let's start buying food from the colony. Get 600 citizens bread. We really need to get up to this gold mining. This wants me to push all of this down slightly. But I don't have the spare eggs. I could push the eggs to here, but then I don't have the yaks. I think it was explained at the very start, but I honestly forget, Sergeant Cookie. I'm pretty sure it was mentioned at the very start. Yeah, we've got precious little space left. We are basically already using... Well, we're not using the the grain from this yet. We might be able to rearrange that to fit the grain in. Or collecting the grain. Gosh, I am sneezy this morning. I do have a little space here to work with. And we could tech up using our magic tech up button. That would get us 5. Which would let me replace this with ice collectors. I feel like these maybe should be our next goal, but I need artisans. I don't need more monks. Let's look at what we can trade for now. So we can buy Sampa, ornaments, rock crystal, and butter tea. The commoners super want Sampa. You barely want it. And the monks also barely want it, but I meant to give it to 600 people. I kind of feel like I want to move my haymaking to over there. I really don't see where you fit your yaks on this one. There's a little space here. We can currently fit a little bit of gold minting back there, but we don't have the yaks for it. Why isn't fish available? There was a whole level about getting lots of fish. I don't need more lowlanders. As much as I'm tempted to do more here, we really need the artisans first. Artisans and yaks. So they say, give us a mandala, or incense. Yeah, incense and decorations would actually go a long way. Incense decorations, move these ones over here where they're in range of the water. We have got the incense. We stopped using it because it cost a lot of resources to move around. But we can get that incense to here. That seems like a reasonable first thing. Okay, now you are the problem. We could move you to here, or actually there is probably slightly better. Yeah, that creates the best overlap between all of these. Really did think that would let that get to here. Well, I guess back to crappy road for you. Nice road between you and here. Really? The food doesn't get there? That's sad. I need one more square. So... there. Alright, that's pretty good. Yeah, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 that don't get covered. But if we upgrade the rest, those 6 can die. So... decorations and an incense burner. Looks like we might need 2. Like 1 there and 1 there. There is a good starting point. Okay. And now if we gave them a decoration, so... move the Mr. Plows over to there for the moment. They would also love a Yak Guardian. And if we just went up one, we could do Yak Guardian. But that's also more Yaks that we don't have. So the shrine for the moment, maybe Yak Guardian later. There looks pretty bloody good. Okay, then the game says, this is no longer efficient enough. You aren't making enough sacred ice. Are we legally obligated to export all our sacred ice? Doesn't appear so. So let's turn that back on. Now we have extra cheese by a lot, and a modest amount of spare textile. Though we need a little bit more egg. Okay, where can we place another one of you? It looks like about here. there looks actually really good. Okay, what don't you have? You don't have access to the shrine. Which makes me all the more tempted to do the Yak Guardian thing. Which makes me all the more tempted to move this to over here. Let's let some time pass and money go up. And make use of those new artisans. So like this should become make more ice. Trouble is, how do we get you road? But we were going to start using Bell as well. Now, does Bell have to be positioned on the same squares as you? Yeah, there we go. Then we don't need the wall anymore. How close can you be before you stop being useful? Oh, I really do feel like it has to be there. And that means we need to move the resulting ice. We could technically fit these here, and then that could maybe move. We have 10 spare cheese. Many spare egg. Many spare honey. I think we are okay with trying to bump this right up for more artisans and more tax. The missing yaks are getting hideously expensive. In theory, we could make more ultra-efficient ice. But that would need a whole bunch more space. Don't need that much space. Just you. And some of our already existing surplus incense. In fact, we could move the incense to this ice location and make it here. Heyo! How goes it? Yeah, we go okay. Yesterday's level was a bit... This one is proving a little bit the same in that it's so space constrained. But we'll see. The extra yaks from these three things are currently crippling us. I cannot make that many more yaks there. I really do think that has to move over here. Even though I don't want it to. In good news, we have a sudden increase in artisans, so I can afford to move more other resources around. It's a space puzzle game it depends on the level, Pro Grumbler. There are levels where you have pretty much, not like infinite space, but plenty of space and it shouldn't be too hard. And then there are levels like this, or the previous one, where the space is so stupidly constrained that it gets really tedious. You just rearrange your own existing stuff again and again and again and again to find exactly the right Tetris arrangement to fit everything. You don't care about textiles. The rest of the textiles could go to the monks. I don't know that 12 on you is justifiable. Yeah. So, monk friends. If you got textiles, or even if you just had decorations, you would do a whole lot more. You don't care about cheese. Would I recommend... It's an anno. It's sort of anno-like Pro Grumbler. So if you enjoy annos, you will probably enjoy this, would be what I would say. Compared to Caesar, there's no walker mechanic. It's a little bit similar in terms of, like... You could say the walkers are a little bit like the area of effect that these have transitioning along roads. Just it's in every direction, not in some directions that the walkers decide to go. It's very pretty and thematic. They do a good job of making the, like, campaign story... Like, the characters in the campaign story sort of have nice banter with each other-ish. Between the campaign and the puzzle levels and the scenario levels, there's a goodly amount of content, unlike a large number of games lately that have been releasing with fairly bare-bones, minimal campaigns. I can say it's quite good in that aspect. The thing that I dislike is the ice altar mechanic, is probably my biggest gripe. I don't really like the ice altars. They're poorly implemented in terms of they result in puzzle maps where space is ultra limited and you must use these in the correct locations to generate the minimum amount of resources that otherwise you can't, because they can enhance resource extraction beyond what's otherwise possible. Like, this gold vein would produce 4 gold, but if it's next to one of these it produces 6. And there are a number of levels, both the puzzle levels and in the campaign here, where it says, like, produce more than the total output of the resources on the map is, which forces you to use those ice altars. But you only get the ice altars late in the tech tree, and you have to redo the tech tree at each level. And that can mean that you need to erase large chunks of what you've done in order to suddenly fit the efficiency increasing ice altar late in your run to get things to work, to be able to achieve the level goal. And I don't really like that as a thing. I don't like being told, oh, you're near the end now? Delete almost everything that you've done in an area to fit in one building to remake everything in that area more efficient. Also, it can lead to negative feedback loops. If you have the ice altars enhancing the efficiency of gathering the ice so that you can run more ice altars, like in a positive feedback loop, so you use the ice to make the sacred ice is increasing the efficiency with which you get more basic ice to make more ultra ice. If at any stage the start of that feedback loop collapses, then everything can explode in terms of that feedback loop. So yeah, I really do not think that the ice altar mechanic it's not well implemented in terms of when it comes in, it makes you rearrange large sections of your city towards the end of a map, and it has a negative feedback loop aspect that I find annoying and just bad. I think the game would be a lot better without the ice altar mechanic in it. I would enjoy it a lot more without it. Oh, rant over, hopefully. So, we were looking at leveling up these guys. They say 1 food for the next level. For the current people that are level 1 that could be level 2, Gong alone would do it. So would Praying Place in a lot of situations. Praying Place is pretty easy. And I have a fair few single tile locations that we can use. There is a single tile gap there, and that does... Sure. Okay. Now we have goodly numbers of every single kind of person except Yak. That really screams to me that I should move my Yak production here. As much as I don't want to. For the moment, maybe we allow both yak productions. We'll see how efficient we can get this yak production. Honestly, hay would almost be a better import than the food. Yeah, I need both. I need both yak productions. But now we have no shortfall of any kind of person and money flowing in. There's 0 surplus of basic ice, and this ice is closer than this ice. So I should move this ice here. If only so that you could stop sending. Yeah, there we go. We optimize a couple of extra artisans back. Whew. And now that we have yaks, we could run some gold mining. And then with the gold mining, we can probably afford to import the wheat. We also already have the incense making set up, so perhaps we jump right now to the sacred, not sacred yak, to the yak perfumery ones. These. That would do 72. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60. It's about the same as that, but doesn't need anywhere near as much hay production. One of these could run 3 of these. Yeah, we could have 3 Yakutopias here. Let's look at doing that. So, one of you needs some incense. But incense means we need to tech up and give these guys their Yakutopias to replace the shrines. So tech up, see if that causes everything to explode. No, no it doesn't. Good. That means we can have the Sacred Yaks. The Sacred Yak is better than the Shrine here, because it doesn't use a resource that we have to build. It just uses static Yak. Sacred Yak will not go far enough, you say? Sacred Yak actually looks kind of good there. Let's give to here with nice road. More egg, you say? Can do. Nice road to here as well. Medium road the last length. That gets the Sacred Yak basically everywhere. I can probably afford to turn off the shrine then. Pretty much. If we fancy roaded all the way to the Sacred Yak. How's it going? It's going alright, Decoy. Nice road to there. Mediumly nice road. Mediumly nice road there. I really thought that would get that to there. Most of the campaign is about right. As with when they first introduce it, I really don't like the Sacred Ice thing. I think it's a bad mechanic. I just went on a rant about 5 minutes ago and I don't want to repeat my rant. So, the lazy way is... we go here. We go here. And then we go... cut and paste that. Large chunks of your existing cities. It cut off because it was too long. So there's part 2. There's part 2 of my rant. Which is on my, my Steam review feedback thingamajiggy. And that way I don't need to be a grumpy pants here and now. We can be happy people. Okay. That means your space isn't needed anymore. I'd rather you be population. Why aren't you happy? I love that Taxman touches everyone except you. And that's without even having upgraded the road to the Taxman. This could become where the Sacred Yak is instead. And these ones are unhappy with existence. Sure. You aren't happy because the Sacred Yak doesn't reach you. We can give 1 extra square of nice ground there. And possibly 2 of 3 of crappy ground. The crappy ground does not fix you there. Well then, go back to being normal ground. There is something to be said for moving the topiary there then. And applying our topiaries from the outside edge. That means you don't touch here, which means 2 more squares of nice, mediumly nice road there. That all looks good. I should probably move that up, road out this way, and try and be using this on the eggs, realistically. Or else road up there, so that it's helping the honey as well. Yeah, 2 extra honeys affected. But it would be better to do this one than this one. I can't conveniently do that one. Well, we could go like that. Slightly inefficient, but better. Aside from that, you can't reach here. At which point, move it down even further. Now you can't reach that. It does have to go in the middle. Unless I'm willing to give this a really fancy road. Which you are making increasingly tempting. That would be starting one of those negative feedback loops I rant about. So our ultra-efficient ice would be increasing our ice production, which can lead to if one of the... It's like building a house out of cards, and if you accidentally pull out one of the cards, the whole thing comes tumbling down. I mean, we've got money. Let's just look at allowing this to be overly good road for what it does, really. It does make sure that everything touches everything. How far would you get this way, friend? Actually, not that far. Okay, that's disappointing. But it means that I don't have to worry about that. Which is nice in its own way. These could probably be swapped. That lets us fit in another. Good job, DMBCK. Yeah, that one could go there. I mean, we have got the spare butter. We are about to run out of cheese, so I should at least do that one. Now we're back up to a nice cheese surplus. You complain that you don't have the Yak Guardian. And we were looking at moving the topiary to you instead. And seeing if we could apply the topiaries from the outside edge. There actually works really well. Then so does where you are. Is there a reason for swapping them? Not that I can tell. The last one is you. We were looking at if we could squeeze these ones in. Yeah, that fixes some of it. And honestly there, you reach to here, you reach to here, you reach to here, you reach to here, and you reach to here. I see no reason not to shove in more people. You... The topiary doesn't quite reach you. We can zoop up the road to the topiary. That's not enough. We can trade you with there, then you are happy, and then this is free to be some other service thing in the future, maybe? If we ever need the incense, that could be the incense square again. For the moment, it can just be a not as nice and only level 2 artisan. Alright. Having gotten distracted by that, we were going to come back and look at this, which was going to set up yak utopias instead of these mediumly efficient yak things. So it's you. You need incense. We do have some spare incense, though not mountains of it. You need some honey. You are making eggs, not honey. And you could be honey. And I wanted to get these out of here anyway, because I wanted to wiggle these around to fit the gold mining. let's just do some temporary honey there, I think. Or could you do the honey locally? No, because you want like 1 point something honeys. I'm not going to put 2 down for 1, so... What other options are there? You have spare honey, just not a lot. And lastly, rock salt. Now, rock salt we have to import, which I guess can be your job. Done, 1 perfumery. And then, ta-da, we can go to ultra-efficient yak building. But these will not reach there. If you move one over, 4 of these could become 1 of these, and these could swap. Yeah, that works. You need to feed this, you need to feed that, you need to feed this, you need to feed that. And we suddenly have gigantic yak surplus, such that we can abandon the other yak zone. You are now entirely surplus to needs. This is using lots of these. I could try using the yak-based movement instead of artisans. Done. You are the same functionally as honey here. Yeah, they like honey and eggs the same amount, but honey can be produced more effectively here than the eggs, so the eggs should move over there. And this could become honey. Do I then move the honey around via artisan or via underground tunnel? Here's a question. Oh, sorry, the eggs. I'm going to be lazy and just delete and copy rather than moving them one at a time. It is a slight waste of money, but it's a lot faster. 40 artisans on moving these eggs. That's definitely a number. Alright. Invalid transport route from those eggs. Fine, those ones can move legitimately. Now these need to wiggle around to this line so that there's space here for the gold mining. But these actually kind of work better on vertical lines than on horizontal. So there's some advantage to that. No, sorry, other way around. They do work better on horizontal. Well, that sucks. Could just erase everything and build it from scratch. The other thing is we were looking at using this ice here. This ice is now surplus. Hey, Lapana. And getting 25% extra gold out could be nice from these. Let's just import bread and erase their cheese for the moment. So... you... that actually does work suspiciously well there. Bread. The only thing is I'd kind of like to move the bread around via this. Well, actually, just having another import site is also okay. It doesn't use up that much more space. Yeah, let's do another import site is our answer. So you now get bread that way. You turn on. 32 bread is quite a lot of bread. Apparently there are 600 of these. There are. You and you are wasted space at the moment. Become more tax-paying citizens. That makes it so tempting to push you to here. But it uncovers them. But we could do there and here, and that would instead allow all of those. Okay. Tiny surplus of eggs. Let time pass, money accrue. And set up this gold mining. Avalanche. Oh. You do need to sell all of the ice for the mission. So we will need to make more. It's non-optional. Well then, here would be the next logical place to do that. We were thinking of doing it here. Because of these ones. Also, I did the wrong thing. It's meant to be one of you that I wanted here. So that minimizes the distance that that is carting. Or we could put it here. And actually it fits surprisingly well there. So now you send to this. We need to be bringing 6 incense over to here. That's using a lot of people. In fact, moving both of these that way is using a lot of people. So it might be worth creating a tunnel. So close to being able to fit a tunnel there. Could we change where this is? Yes, but not too further down, which is where I'd actually want it. We could also move the wood in via tunnel now. And put the wood where it's more effective to collect in the high ground. Yeah. Yes, this breaks everything, I understand. But these are twice as efficient up here. And it gives us space back here. Done. Which then means we have space for this underground tunnel. Which was going to be you. And then instead of the perfumery and the sacred ice maker there, we make a underground tunnel out to somewhere like here, or here. Probably there. Incense to you, you to here, and you to there, where it's a lot shorter distance and uses like a third as many workers. I'm unconvinced that you need to exist. Alright. These 2 gold mines. We just got the extra ice production. You. Can I have a 3rd one of these? No. We could do another. We have got the ice for it. And this space already... Actually, look at that. That fitting there kind of means that it's destiny for that to go there. And then we don't need you at all. You feed that, you feed that. This feeds you. This feeds you. Yes, these move slightly. We can make that more efficient, but for now that works. New problem, we don't actually have spare incense anymore. But, by moving this out, we've made more space here. There's no reason we can't have more incense. We would need another herbalist. Like that. You feed this. The magic wood that we now have excess of feeds you. You go to that. And once again, all is well. We kill off that shrine. That provides 12. Which supposedly I'm using it all, which I don't believe. Yeah, there's 6 spare now. But that means we can now make both of these super ices. Which then you can provide this and this, which means the other super ice doesn't need to move over from over here. You no longer do that. You only send to the trading post. We look at what happens when the sacred ice economy collapses. Like I said, when you set up the feedback loops that can collapse. And instead, it's there. And soon to be here to enhance this. It's probably worth spending really nice road on this. Somewhere approximately there. You get the rest of the magic ice. These now produce absurd amounts of gold. That gold becomes money. That kind of makes me want to blow up some of those houses. You aren't going to do what I need. You need to become a fancier one. Boom. Massive amounts of minting money. Alright. We could still even have one more beyond that. Money is kind of no object at the moment. Good, good, we must keep going. I really don't understand why you... Ah, here you are. Oh no, it's she. It's what I feared. I heard you took offense to each other and stopped working together. Have you lost your minds? Just wait till the capital hears about this. They'll have you flayed alive. Turned into feed for the yaks. You know what? I'm thinking I'm going to let you talk this through and check on our cheese production. Provide enough people with cheese, already done. And that's why you'll now get to work and see this expedition through to the end. Why am I not making myself clear? Yes, yes. Good, then get moving. Notify me when the matter is resolved. Or better still, don't show me your faces at all. Goodbye. Aren't yaks herbivores? I would assume so, yes. That was brutal. I told you I don't like the way our state officials are handling things. No matter. We need money to buy resources for the temple. Get minting money. I've got 5 times as much minting... Well, 4 times as much minting money as we need. Do you realize the poor conditions in which yaks must work in the mints? This constant jumping messes up their balance. It's a shame, because... Wait, jumping? Oh, I haven't actually looked at the mints. Apparently they're running seesaws. Because they'll be jumping for quite some time. We need the money. Relax. I'm sure we can do something to recompense them for their efforts. Yeah, the yaks are running seesaws to work the gold mine. Mint. Provide Yaktopias. Well, I'm one step ahead of you. We've already got 3 of the things. And how's that, dear cattle? Ready to continue providing us with tons of money? Moo! That's the spirit. We can use these funds for something useful. Let's buy everyone butter tea. Yaks as prison guards? Mints. But there is also yak guardians. Alright. Provide 800 people with butter tea. Who wants butter tea? You want butter tea a tiny amount. You want butter tea a lot to vary. And you want butter tea a lot to vary. So importing it like here and giving it to these 2 makes sense. But we're also kind of so rich now that we could give everyone all the kinds of food. Like both of the import foods. Which would help reduce our amount of space we need to spend making local food. So I am a little bit worried by... We've almost used up all those new yaks. These guys need Yak Guardian. And then I am out of yak. Kinda should be there. Which has the upside of letting us move that road. How much incense would you eat? Because I have 6 spare at the moment. 8. Which would collapse other things, so no. Not unless I build another incense. Which... There's no way to fit another incense in here. Not unless we move the making herbs away. And that would use more yaks, which I don't really want to do. Let's continue to look at you. You're now happy with your yak guardians. You would like food. We're meant to give you the new butter tea. And if we give you butter tea, we can probably drop our this and this a little. Butter tea go. It's probably going to need to be like 30. At least that met the objectives. Three extra happy people. 2 extra happy people. 2 extra happy people. Now, if I got rid of the academy, we would need to give you textiles. How many textiles would you eat, and how many do we have spare? We only have 12 spare. How many would you eat? Let's test. Give you an Amazon. We can also give you the fancy roads around the middle, at the very least. There is probably where it should be. How much blanket would you use? Oh my god, you would use all the blanket. But we can make one more. Done. So now let's move you out. Because I don't want you... Pause. I don't want you influencing whether they think they're upgradable or not. Yeah. Now they're missing one, so either gong, mandala, or decoration. No, it must be education type. Religion, so they really want gong. I'd rather do gong than incense. There's just too good. Okay. It doesn't reach you, it doesn't reach these, and it doesn't reach these. Slightly nicer roads to there. I don't know why that affected you, it really shouldn't. Slightly nicer roads to there, to there. I really thought that would get to you. That shouldn't have affected that direction either. Hail, Cal. Welcome, Cal. Welcome, Raiders. You join us on what claims to be the final map for Laysara. Done. That got the Amazon distribution center to reach all of here. I kind of want to move these over. And then change where the road into the monastery goes. There. So what isn't touching you? It's not Yak Guardian. It's probably Praying Space. Yeah, Praying Space. These need Praying Space. Let's look at extending a normal road to here. Pretend that this was full of people. See what reaches and what doesn't. Yeah, a whole bunch of nothing is going to reach down into this corner. So this corner should be services, ideally. But that gong is already here. They do want decoration. So, like, you could happily be topiary. We do need praying space. That doesn't really improve. There versus there. It's only like 2 tiles forwards. It might even be more sensible to erase that. Push these over one. And make that the road. Yes, because food touches there. That gives us maybe a bit of space there. We'll see. How many more spare blankets do we have? 6. So we could afford to upgrade these ones. What's keeping them from being happy? It's probably topiary. Yes. You needing one is a bit... ugh. What about tiny tree here? If I move that praying space over one... does it ruin things? No, but yes. But we could give that slightly nicer road. Then that can be crappy tree. If crappy tree moves, only you aren't affected. And honestly, if we gave slightly nicer road... damn. What if we go full fancy road? There we go. Now our topiaries don't reach here. But a crappy tree there would probably do a lot. I mean, it gets 3 people. Why aren't you happy? You aren't happy because you aren't in range of gong. I can't really give you gong in good conscience. Well, it does affect 4 people. Still, that needs gong so much more. Although it also says, please build mediumly nice roads at least to there. Realistically, it actually says swap those 2. Build mediumly nice roads to there. Yeah, there we go. Okay, and this zone's topiaries. Well, that would do a lot. That looks best. Okay, that's upped our monk tax space. This guy would like slightly increased prettiness. So would you, but you're looking increasingly like we kill you off. Alright, what would they need for the next one? They say give us incense or bust, basically. They only want enlightenment from here. So, mandala and incense, or mandala and scholarship, like some combination of these. We're not going to get... The Summit Temple is the last thing we do, so we've won once we clicked that, I think. So that really means these are now limited to level 3. Because I don't want to move my scholarship back in here. Yeah, that'll do for the moment. We've got a nice monk surplus. We do not, however, have a yak surplus anymore. And the rest of my yaks would have to be only mediumly efficient yaks. I do have the spare normal workers to turn this back into normal yak. There are still 2 gold mine spots here that aren't being used. We'll see. I don't want to use this for yak. I want to put yak on high ground if I can. Because that's where hay is the most efficient to make. But we are out of high ground space. Do we need any of the other... Like, if we put it in there, could we also justify, like, making beer or something for these guys? Because they do want beer. They want beer, utensils, and ornaments. We can trade for the ornaments, even though it would be eye-wateringly expensive. We don't have copper. So I don't think we can do utensils. Yeah, copper is not a thing for us. Well, let's just accept our tiny yak deficit. Perfect. I bet many citizens are close to upgrading their housing. No, we can't import it yet. Maybe they're going to send us off on another place to get copper? Do we have to bother with that? Can't we just build the temple? Our people are an element of our divine plan, which makes it our responsibility to take care of their souls. Also, for raising the Summit Temple, we will need lots of workers. Have lots of high-level housing. We're already there. Done. What next? Are we ready to start raising the temple? Not yet. It will be a monumental endeavor. We need to prepare detailed plans in a monastery. A monastery? Why don't we just build 2 while we're at it? Great idea. Let's make 2. We'll import rock crystal and maybe it won't be that bad. Have 2 researching monasteries. It does let us save space on the academy. But, oof. More butter tea, you say? Because we've upgraded our monks and they're eating more, sure. Done. Now the eggs are massively overproducing relative to you. So we can turn off... We could turn off 1 more egg, but it's only... Nah, it's fine as is. Now... Currently we were using crystal here. So this makes sense for doing the painted cedar. They want us to run 2 of these. which needs 12. 12 is 3 of these. 3 of these is 6 crushed rock. 6 crushed rock is 2 of you. Two more basic rock to feed to the Crushionators. And just a sec, I hear a doggo whining at the door. Alright. So we've got the crushed rock now. We need 2 more herb for you. 2 herb go. Oh, no, they need 2 rocks per, my bad, so we need 2 more. Okay, there's the crushed rock. Into a local redistributor. Now we need more wood. I feel wiser and wiser about having made this zone. Wood. 16 available. That should be plenty. But that means we need to actually get it out of the underground tunnel network. So you to here, you to these 2. The crushed rock to you 2. Actually got a surplus of 4, which means we don't need 1 of these. But we do because we actually needed 3 of these. But that means we no longer have any available wood. So we need 1 more wood source, which will not conveniently fit. We could adjust the walls on our monk zone. Really makes me want to delete that. We might yet need that space, so we'll leave that alone like that. Unless we can fit you up there. Which we actually almost could. Yeah, we could. Kill you. Move you there. Which lets us move... I was going to say you there, but actually... No, you would need to go one higher. Can this bridge move one square down? No. Well, then we'll just block this off and deal with not having this space for the moment. We'll work out how to do it better later if we need to. That's enough wood. You can run that. And then all three of these need to get across to... academies. Our yak deficit grows and grows. Let's deal with at least a little bit of it. Three is the magic number. No, 4 is the magic number, and I'm an idiot. This gives us 16 possible wheat to work with, which would be almost a full beer. But realistically we would need 2, not 1. I think. Really? No, you can reach that good. That deals with the yak's shortage. Let time pass and money accrue. Why do we have a road that goes there? For no reason. Sure. Just trying to leave that space to maybe process more money. Can legally work. Just need lots of exit roads there. There's no way we move that all that way without tunnel. Let time pass and money accrue. I could produce a little bit of that wood locally, maybe. No, that's not high ground. Avalanche, but... I thought we... What? What? These absorb 1. This reduces it to 1. Why doesn't that work? Well, that's horrifying. Why didn't that work? Do we need another? And to start with, we're going to have to just Mr. Plow all this away, so... Go. Maybe you aren't enough. Ugh. That's gonna do its thing. I don't get why that didn't work, though. This should absorb 1. This should be lowering this 2 to a 1. Yeah. Avalanche Inducer reduces it to 1. Maybe it's that this does need to be a blocking thing and then this needs to be slightly further away. How are we going to give you... this? And are we even going to give you this? That looks really quite good there. And this one would look good there. Let's look at that. Yeah, actually that one alone basically reaches the whole space. Yeah, I'm sold on you. And you know what? Maybe we don't move that. Well, let's just have a look at how much it would cost to move both ways. If we move it the inefficient way... How much does it cost? $16? It's going to be 32 by the time we're moving both. Versus 8 yaks. I think the yaks are less important to us, so we would prefer to move it that way. And if that means working out a way of doing more... No? Why aren't you happy? You don't have a praying place. Yes. Then go there where you are happy. Where can we put the teleporter? I don't like how we aren't using that component of this space efficiently. But I don't know what else we would even fit there. I guess some eggs would fit there. But they don't eat eggs. A whole lot of eggs would fit there fairly nicely. We could also fit eggs back here. And then teleport them there. That would also free up people for this. Because this wouldn't need to be spending 40 artisans yoinking that across there. Oh! Okay, the avalanches got stronger when I wasn't watching, is the answer. So this is just level 2 power now. Well, it would be 3, the bell takes it down to 2, and then these take it down to in theory 1, but 1 is still an avalanche. So either we need a second bell, which I don't know if the bells stack, or we must give you some sort of further level of blocking. Okay. At least that makes sense now. We give up on that 1 gold source. And instead squeeze eggs back here like we said. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sets of eggs. 20. That's as many as you eat. This could all go away. Also, that means this one is now stronger, which means this is no longer adequate to task. Which means we need a bell here. You need slightly better road. We could also bring that wall in. Well, let's look at what we wanted. So we wanted bell. I know, we don't have the X for it. Why can't I put that there? There must be a road tile. There. There. Yak deficit dealt with. Our bell decreases you to 2, which means that now works again. Although it hurts having a wasted square. Could we test how far away? The bell would work slightly further away. But that can't be that far away. Okay. Then I like that way. We were looking at setting up eggs along here. These kind of want to swap. Okay, let time pass again. This might also give us the space we wanted to set up. Our way of getting the incense, oh no, the painted cedar in. So it's eating into the egg space. In fact, it might be possible with that road to get you to supply directly. Yep, we don't need a middleman. But then where do we put the other one of this? Like, I want to put it somewhere like there, or maybe here. So that I don't have to move the good. This thing should also go over here. If I move this bridge to the bottom... Damn, I thought that would let me... squeeze in the trade post. But not quite. Well, what we can do is, now that the first one of that thing is powered, we can do that, and then we can kill these. Then they don't take up hideous space. Then can I squeeze that trading thing? Not really. Could go there. So which one isn't working? You're working, you're working, you're working, you're working, you're working. One of these must be being double fed. Yeah, you're being double fed. So that one now goes there. Then that road could come here. Don't actually need that bit. Now this can be there, and we can see if... Currently, that uses 16. Yeah, that's 6 less. And it saves space there, where space is more valuable. Those guys would now be the maximum level happy if they have a mandala. And we have space here. So we could get some of them max level happy. That is also not exactly terribly useful space. I could lose 2 houses there to try and give this zone a mandala. Butter tea shortage. Import more. This now needs better road. All the way to you. Even more nicer road. Even more nicer road. Done. Slightly more nicer road. Alright. I'm amazed that you're touching everything, but good for you. And then it was extra copy of this. Here. Two more house. You say food no get here. Why are we suddenly using a hideous number of extra yaks? Because we're moving more honey? Moving more honey would make sense. Ah, no. We use so much honey that the perfumery has died? Yes. There's our answer. We use so much honey the perfumery has died. There we go. Now all is well again. Maximum level monks. 500 spare monks. Let time pass. The Mr. Plows do still need to do their job, and I would like our money to be full. Why is tech going down? I mean, I don't think it's going to get in the way of anything, so we'll allow it, but... we were looking at maybe building the other one of those here. Because we were supposed to have a second one. There would legally work. Just you would be weird. It's a pity that that's off by one. Oh, I can't get what I want to happen there. We can kill you and put the other monastery here. And that way I don't need to move. You go to here. You go to here. Some of it goes to there, the rest of it goes to the tunnel. A little bit more space here for Lord knows what. We could, in theory, make... some more local herbs. That's about the only thing I see. Yeah. Alright, we're ready. We need to make ornamental cedar. Lots of ornamental cedar. We could manufacture it here, but ornaments, well, we'll need to buy them. I'll lend you a hand with that and sell you what you need. Lend a hand, you'll be charging an arm and a leg. Take it easy. We can always mint more money, but we may need to use ice altars to mint enough. Mint even more money, says the game. That coming online means we can kill that and free up more monks. This Mr. Plow... Ooh, there's another avalanche somewhere. Ah. This needs a honking thing now. True. Maybe we just put up with that being slightly under-snowed. I can fix some of it. I think that will let me fix... legally that one as well. We'll see. We definitely don't have the yaks for another honking station. We need more butter tea. There we go. Finally we're back into surplus. Now egg is overproduced. We had thought about putting eggs here. Say I put that there, how many eggs could we fit? One, 2, 3, 4. Possibly 5, 6, and if I move that wall in, 7, 8, 9. 40 eggs is a lot. It saves a lot of space here. It wouldn't let me kill off this one though. But if we gave these guys an extra food type, we wouldn't need as many eggs. And we were looking to make local textiles here. And we kind of need to do these guys next. We're running out of lowlanders. You're using many, many, many of the artisans to move this cheese. I guess the monks are eating a lot of cheese? Yeah, the monks are eating a lot of cheese. So we should change to this being at least partially teleporter, ideally. A teleporter would actually fit there really nicely. I'd have to work some other place for you. Nine, 18, 27. If we're only moving 6 of this, it might be worth allowing it to move via artisan instead. I can test that idea once Mr. Plow has done his job here. Okay, new problem. How do we give you even more protection? We can't. Not unless we erase some of this. Can we change where this bridge is? Yes. That it matters. I think we have to. I can't have this constantly being snowed in. feel bad about moving these couple out of the way. Actually, do I leave the road as is? I did need more... Like, if we were going to create beer... I would need some log. So turning this into log isn't entirely crazy. Rather than doing that... can't get the road to go around there as well. So it might need to go around and back. It does need to go around and back, which means you getting here... I could put you further along this way. There's nothing saying you can't be there. Or even there. Then this could be here. I think that has to die. So awkward. You need a road. I don't know that that's enough. The other option is put the honk here. That's apparently too far away. Yeah, that's too far away for the honk. The honk must be there or there. Maybe we don't need that bit of road. That's just getting so awkward. Damn it. Yeah, I am willing to spend a little bit more giving that slightly nicer road. That lets the food get to you too. Maybe we give up on honking this and put tree. This, then tree, and then one row of that. Because I just don't see how I get road to this and have this conveniently. Oh, I didn't realize that could go over the road. Well, then that changes it. If that can go over the road, my problem is not a problem. So... and the honk can go back there. This can go back to the corner. Done. I don't know where these live when they're not currently active. I probably just rebuild them. Ah, they can stay there for the moment. Well, the other thing is I kind of want that for housing. Yeah, I kind of want that for housing. Food doesn't get there, you say? Done. Slightly more egg. The water isn't getting to you. Really? I would have thought that would get the water to you. There we go. Now your complaint is... the Amazon distribution center doesn't get to you. Really? Fine. That's so much work just to get you happy, but done. So you are happier than them because this reaches you, but it's never going to reach this corner. We just accept it. Similarly, Taxman not reaching you is kind of unacceptable. This is the long distance one. It's using 12 yaks, so we would be better off teleporting. So one there and one... I could move all of those over one. As long as we give slightly nicer road to part of that. Then you could be here instead, which allows for another teleporter here. That's not saving that much distance. Here it would save more distance. You aren't needed for that anymore, though. Kind of want to put it there. So close. Yeah, no. We are Super Bloob. G'day, Strezzo. I did a little bit of playing the new mode yesterday evening, and I didn't find it all that ultra hideous. Give you the cheese. We don't need you. It's not meant to be cheese, it was meant to be honey. Oh, it's actually meant to be both. The food not touching you isn't acceptable. If that gong was here, it wouldn't do enough people. Also meant to do the honey. I have spare monks. I can afford for you to die. That to be this. That to be the honey. So now instead of this needing 12. We say... and we kill off this. So 12 becomes 1. Much more manageable. If we really wanted, we could even turn off that 1 by using a local redistributor thing. Yeah, like there. If we ever really need one more yak, but not the workforce. I'm okay with losing that monk for that. I'm surprised we didn't run out of textile, but we've got 3 spare. We're very good for monk, we're reasonably good for artisan. We need to do lowlander. Let time pass. See if that fixes. We also wanted to assess whether we wanted to make this egg. So say that was there. One, 2, 3, 4. Possibly 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them. These don't need fancy road anymore, either. Just a sec, doggo is, wants in and out again. Doggo dealt with. Cheers all. Pause. Mr. Plow is doing his job. Still got space for a teleporter here. We're looking at adding in those eggs. But what we really wanted to do is these peasants. So what do the peasants want? The peasants want super tapestries, which we can't make. Because we don't have oh, actually we can make super tapestries. But we don't have enough spare normal tapestry. Do we have spare crushed? We do have a little bit of spare crushed rock, so we maybe could do that. They would also like cheese, fish, honey, smoked meat, butter tea. They would super like Yak Guardian. That's easy to do. This goes away, Yak Guardian do. That's pretty much everyone. We give at least the main city square the nice roads. That pretty much gets the Yak Guardian everywhere, except that house. Now they super demand food, food, food. So they do want cheese and they do want honey. Legally, I would be better off moving those here and that there. I'd also be better off erasing these two and moving you there. So it's wiggle these around. Because now the honey is in range of the ice altar. So we have extra excess honey. You'd be better off on this side. We can have 2 more excess honey. I mean, legally, I'm better off actually sending more directly to here. Another avalanche, where? Here? Well, I guess... Found out the extent that Mr. Plow will do his job, which is not as much as we would like. But we can't fit him anywhere here to fix it. Your cat's throwing a tantrum because you won't give her some noodles. It looks like these are unnecessary. If I instead put you there, move you to here, make a tiny amount of this road extra nice. A little bit more. Put you here and tell you to instead copy these. We could delete this. And Mr. Plow can live there and fix what we don't deal with naturally. Yeah, that looks to be the solution there. Whoa, why is 2 research levels? You need to give to that. You need to give to that. There we go. Fixed. Alright, next. You would like honey. A little bit. We have spare honey. We have at least 21. The possibility of more. We have at least 30. Pretty much. Time to give you the honey, which means you need a teleporter. I'd kind of like to put it there, or there. There is also kind of nice. That one's hard to beat. I think you die, friend. You, honey, give. Honey reduces our egg dependence, which means this now massively overproduces eggs. That didn't work. Okay, that didn't work to our great unhappiness. Fix. 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 We will try fixing that again once that's done. Now for you... I kind of want to erase that. And instead deliver those eggs by teleporting there. And here. But realistically, this almost eats all of those eggs, so I should leave that alone. And I have artisans, but I don't have yaks, so you're actually kind of fine at the moment. Mr. Plows are doing their jobs. I don't want to enhance you, but I need to enhance you if I'm going to do this gold. And I should be making more use of this sacred ice altar. We wanted to finish leveling up these. What's the next step for that? Cheese. And then gong. Well, we've got the monks for gongs. That looks too obvious. Let's give you medium roads. Here and here. At least to there. That should make it reasonable to put these down. Possibly one more square. cheese might get eaten by the space for the sacred ice altar buildings. Cheese, fish... No, it has to be cheese. Do we have spare cheese? No. Could we diversify your food? Yes, we could give these guys bread, which would give us spare cheese. We could give you bread, which would give us more spare cheese. So... where did we import bread? Here. Do we teleport the bread, or do we just use another one of you? I think we just use another one of you. We'd love it mostly to be here. And we can do that, and then the station there, so okay. Bread. Rip our money. There's a fair few artisans, I'll give you. And we need how many more? 10. Done. Now that will have reduced the honey and the eggs need. Yeah, we massively overproduce those eggs now. And we actually have surplus cheese. Something like 14 surplus honey. And the honey's only going to get better as we give you the cheese. I like the idea of moving this over 2 more. It still reaches everywhere, but lets us put down the cheese. Now we need more cheese. Can't deal with fish. And there's no salt here, so we can't do the meat. No, we desperately need more cheese. So I think we do some local cheese. Or we give you... one more of these, seemingly. So you go to there instead. We give you one more of those. One more pretty much would do it. Beautiful. The monks don't have access. You barely have access. How are they getting just the right amount though then? Because the cheese is coming in two directions. No. That shouldn't be a thing anymore. All the cheese should come from the teleporter. Okay, and now we have precisely one excess. Perfect. Aside from the fact that we are using too many yaks. $23. No, we do still need a bit more. So, some local is going to happen here. Where have those extra ad hoc yaks come from, though? I suppose we did create, like, 2 extra teleporters. I could convert you back to artisans, because I don't have the yaks. Maybe that lets us squeeze in an extra honey if we end up needing it. Got excess. So I'm tempted to instead make this more cheese. How many excess honey do we have? 21. So that's 2. You go away. Yeah, you live over here for the moment. We also need to give more people with access to Gong, says the game. So that should probably be our peasants. Yes. And like that one. That one? Actually, that one makes more sense. Especially because the cheese is only going to get consumed more as we level those up. This didn't work. You two have to die so that he can go there, so that he can fix you. That's still in excess of honey. Although that's going to go down as we level up those peasants. So actually maybe we leave these like that for the moment. Do this. So those of you not serviced by this gong are now declared sacrifice to the sacred altar space. So all of this can be for you. And then this needs to make us some cheese. And maybe a little bit of textile. Because they wouldn't mind textile. Even if only a little bit. So... yeah, look at that sudden yak surplus. Although that's because all of these gold mines aren't operating. Actually, that's so many yaks. And yet the game wants us to do even more. Kind of worth getting rid of these for a teleported eggs now. They honestly use not that many eggs. Which re-invites us to do the eggs there. For the moment, let's fix the yak shortage. You do this one. They can do there. Yak shortage dealt with. We can go back to building the cheese. Okay, we've run out of food. We do need the cheese. We can design the cheese here. There's two of you. It goes to a local redistributor. That can supply multiple cheeseries. That would like the road to be 1 square up. I'm okay with that. We've got enough for 1 more. That would like the road to be 1 square up. I'm okay with that. Almost get it to be there, but not quite. That road serves no purpose. You're fine there. Move you up. Move you up. Yeah, that works really well. It's just a case of getting this to touch them. Almost that one as well. You temporarily here, you temporarily here, you there. You can now touch that. Okay, and then we need to get all that cheese to you. In fact, if anything, that's a little bit too much cheese. Boom! Double the cheese that it actually needs. Okay! Massive lowlander surplus. What's your problem? No praying space? No praying space. Here, have one from the corner. Does that mean we can get rid of that one? Not really. Fine. We could also do fabric, and we wanted to. I'd need to delete one of you. 2 of you. I kinda don't mind moving that now. That can go there without causing issue. Then these guys become intractable. There's no way they're going up to level 4. I cannot give them fish, smoked meat, and buttered. Like, I can't give them 2 of these things. I could give them butter tea. That's the only one I could give them. But I'm not going to be able to give them fish and the other thing. The fish is cut off because of the baths here. Like, the one single bit of river we have is... It's not sane to use for fish. It's much better to use it for baths. So then there's no point in giving them textiles. Would I want to give the rest textiles from there because it's more efficient to produce? I mean, we only have a surplus of 3. They don't want textiles, and they've already fully leveled and all have textiles. So no, the textile production can actually die. Which means this can go back to being housing. Which means you can go back to being here. That road can exist again. We can have 2 more people. Okay. You're complaining because you'd like slightly more of this. But we overproduce the cheese. So honestly, we can turn that off. Let time pass and money accrue. That's fine, it's why there's a Mr. Plow there. How many eggs do you consume now? 29. How many eggs do you consume? 16. Wait. If it's 16, then why are these supposedly not in surplus? Oh, you're just oversupplied. So we could lose 2 of those. If we wanted. And then you... These guys will never eat eggs. So we only need 16 plus 30. 36 eggs. Technically, this does all we need. So this could go and become a something else. I'd rather use this space for the eggs than up there. I'd rather use that space up there to try and do more yaks. We were trying to work out how to decrease this again, but I don't think it's really possible. I think we just have to live with that we have to Mr. Plow them away sometimes. Which then means, why even spend yaks on that honkening? Money on this protection. Doesn't do anything. Similarly, that protection no longer does anything. This one is the only one that we're going to have dealt with. Honk 2, 3. Alright, we're rich again. We needed to do what to make them happy? More minting. We have enough that we could turn off you and you, which means we have one surplus of you, which refunds 4 yaks. That's enough to set up our egg teleportation. This one doesn't want to be the right level anyway. And with just a little bit of extra nice road. There we go. So now this becomes egg teleportation instead of that way, which means we kill you, we rearrange that, we build the teleporter, we shove them all into the teleporter. We get them out of the teleporter. We have an excess of 11. Which is so close to getting you. We wanted it the other way around, if anything. We want eggs from there, so that this space can become more gold mining. And or more yak. So instead we allow you. It's another teleporter. A pity that that's off by 1 square. It cannot both accept and receive eggs, which is sad. So instead we'll do it the other way. Everything goes to you like normal. But then any excess you have goes there. Could we fit more by changing that? No, that's about optimal. And that now means that we no longer need as many here. In fact, we can almost get rid of all of these. We would only need 2 more. Yeah, I'd only need 2 more eggs. There's 1. And you know what? You can die. There's 2. This is no longer needed. There is a tiny egg shortage. There. In fact, I'll put that one here instead. And that way there's still space for a Mr. Plow. Because I expect that... yeah. Otherwise Mr. Plow coverage won't be enough to fix everything. Okay. Now this becomes extra yaks and gold mining. Yak surplus. Yak surplus becomes minting. That road goes around instead. Maybe even up the inside edge. Yes. At least fits one of the minting. And there are enough free squares that they're just not in the right places. Works. The issue is that these don't reach. One of you can come here, that road could continue, and then these can swap with those. Done. And you say you can't reach there, but then we just build 2 bit of road there, and then everything works. The only one that doesn't work is that you now get double fed, which means you need to feed that one instead. Done. And actually that looks really nice, the way the Yaktopia is surrounded by grain fields. Isn't it sufficient to make them homeless? No, they stop existing entirely. It kills them. They go migrate to one of our other locations if you want to say that they don't get killed. They migrate back to one of the other colonies. Okay. And that is enough yak. We need 1 more pair of mining. You can afford to be turned on all the time now. Nope, we're not using you. You would get in the way of delivering food there. We are okay with getting rid of some of this. We only need 1 more gold mine. Okay. You to this. That to 2 mints. Except there's no space. You're kidding. Can I squeeze in some of our yak production elsewhere? Like here. It's more efficient here anyway. Ideally, we'd like to set up 4. There's not going to be space for 4. Though we can move that wall in. That gets us up to 3. But yeah, we're not going to be able to fit 4. There. That means some more of this space can be sacrificed. You should feed that one instead, which makes space there. And then we can fit the minting. Same deal, doesn't really matter. Done. That should be enough for buying the ornaments. Does that mean we can finally... Yes. Let the construction start. We will build the greatest summit temple the world has ever seen. Not only the world, the spirits will understand. They will have no choice but to help us. I can't wait. Let's get to work. Holy... Make 16 extra incense, 12 ornamental cedar, and 20 butter tea. The butter tea isn't so insane, because we did have spare butter here, especially if we turn this on. But there's no salt here. Am I forgetting? Is there salt? We can't import salt. Game? Ah, it's just import butter tea to do it. Okay, well, that's fine. Sure. Where is the Summit Temple thingamajig? Where is the base station location? I would have thought that it's here. Or possibly there. Yes, here. Or here. Oh, come on, that can't fit there? That's sad. You can. And you can. No, it might be... Well, I want to move that there. But that's not allowed. So... Do I get told off if I stop minting as much? No. Maybe we just kill you then. That's a solution. Mint less. Ah, you could also come over here now. Okay, we have to change who's doing what. You're doing that one. You're doing that one. And you're doing that one. That means enough space for the base station. Right. There was also space for a lift station here. The economy looks better than in the previous, yes. Hundreds of spare, almost everything except yaks. Yaks are a little bit tight. And good money. Ornamental cedar, butter tea, and incense. Well, butter tea is trivial. We just say, buy more. Ooh, avalanche. But Mr. Plow, it cripples our economy while it's happening. But Mr. Plows do their job. In fact, let's speed up till that's done. At least in a reasonable amount. There, that'll do. Now it was 16, no, 20 butter tea. Oh, that's a lot of money. And then you to our base station. It says please use yaks instead. Fine. Maybe. Is any of this moving via... None of this is currently moving via teleporter. We would have to work out how to fit the teleporter in. The easiest answer is move the mandala over one. Killing 2 monks. Well, that also kills a topiary, so it functionally kills 3. There's a road here just for giving you a praying spot. It looks like that isn't strictly necessary. So now that's to you. And then teleportation spot. There's still 14 available. So apparently we can dial this back a bit. There. 1 in surplus is nice. Mr. Plows are doing their job. Butter tea done. Incense. I kinda don't think there's really much capacity for building more incense. But I don't think I need this to be turned on. Yeah, 6, 12, 18. 18 is going to the Sacred Ice, which we need for the end goal, because we're not allowed to not export it. Some is to the Perfumery. The Perfumery keeps us in Yaks. And the rest are going to these Sacred Ice, which are also needed for the objective. And keeping this one running. We cannot afford to turn this one off. Or our food supply becomes hideously negative for cheese. And our commodity supply becomes hideously negative. No, this must stay on. At most, we could maybe live with that becoming normal ice instead of sacred ice. That would save us 6. Let's test that theory. Then mean you need to go all the way over to here, which we don't love, but it's for the testing. And so that means that we could dial back like you. This is why I hate the ice altars. You're the higher priority. Whilst this is happening, do we run out of cheese? And do you run out of cheese? No, do you run out of cheese? Yes, but only ever so slightly. And what about fabric? Tiny deficiency of fabric. No, I think that's acceptable. That saving of incense is worthwhile. You no longer exist, friend. This now needs slightly more ice. You are sending to this. We can get rid of one of these. That gets us up to 12 of the required 15. The lazy way would then be to use one of these to boost the rest. Which would work best if we produced our herbs elsewhere. There's some space for herb production here. But maybe just making the extra incense over there is more reasonable. You need slightly more ice. You don't need as much. We can turn you off. And then these guys service the trading post for our mission objective. So yes, we go disable murder you. You stop. Fortunately, that means you need a yeeter. You yeet. Across to here, which is a huge and unpleasant distance. But at least it's not very much. The other thing that was feeding you can die, which was an incense maker. But the incense was coming from the tunnel. So now we have 12 incense spare. We only need to make one more. That sucks that you can't fit there. Let's look at the Tetris that we can play. Which isn't very much. There. Maybe that's slightly better. It does let those two squeeze in nicely. Yes, now we just need to get you out. You go to... there or there? I think there. Now there is 24 available. We just have to get it inside of this. I'm not teleporting it, so no, I went to the wrong thing. I should have sent this to you. And then we say, you send... well, actually, because apparently it comes out of the tunnel. Yeah, okay, no, I was correct. I was correct. That's wrong. Wrong. You do send to the tunnel. And then the tunnel teleports to over here. And it goes into a yeeting station. And then that yeeting station sends to up there. Okay. 12 ornamental cedar. Three of these? You expect me to fit 3 of these? You're insane. How much spare normal ice do I have? Two. 2 is a weird amount. Okay, now we have plenty of surplus. That is so much, though. 3 of them. At least we don't have to do the production chain of the ornaments. We just buy the ornaments. That said, our money is starting to look terrible. Although it will look less terrible once the Mr. Plows have finished their job here. I can't actually get that to be better unless I use a redistributor. But we can afford to lose a honey. It might be possible to do. Like if I back you up to here. These would all need to be in range. Now it would need to go from you. You would actually be better off there if I can manage it. Then you say you can't touch that. I can't realistically move that. It's increasingly tempting to just delete one of these. Causes a tiny honey deficit. The most tiny of honey deficits. Like, if I could find a way of shoving you in over here instead. Yeah, maybe I, like, kill 2 artisans to have another egg. The egg becomes this... We get 1 more of you. That keeps us fine for blankets. Or... There, that gets us the extra egg. Without ruining you. We still, in theory, have a little space there. Alright. Lastly, ornamental cedar. With what space? We will need you. I think the most realistic space is over here, because we can afford to lose a bunch of these houses. And it might be possible to place something inside of that thing's range still. So let's kill off some of you, make space. If 2 of them are in range of this, then I can get away with not building the 3rd. Yeah, if 2 of them are in range of that, I can get away with not building the 3rd. So, how do we go about causing that to happen? Like that. You won't quite reach? Well, I had more of this than I need. So maybe this moves here and these move there. The deleted praying space can be reinstated. That looks good. We don't have a cheese deficit. We in fact have a massive grain surplus. We can dial that back. Cool. You aren't needed. These become the thing that we were just trying to build. Ornamental cedar hoe. God, it's a huge building. Done. They're in range of that. That works. You get a yeeting station. Okay, we need to import the serpentines, the ornaments. That fits there. They need to be locally redistributed. That fits there. Done. We need 4 painted cedar. Twice. Which is made by you. Which is made... Originally I thought it was there. But I guess we ended up making that over here. Yeah. So I'd like to move you away. I don't think we even need that anymore. We might get told we have to do it again for the mission. So... Laziest answer is blowing that up. Oh, it doesn't do what I want anyway. Well, I feel stupid. Well, I guess we just see if we can live with it being gone. Yeah, that's fine. 2 levels of that is acceptable. What we do want is this to be more efficient. Which means... some extra ice from you needs to go here. Which means we now have the spare painted cedar. Yes. But we also need to yeet it. So these days you go here, 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 there. Sorry. And that works. And then those two output to you. You output to here. We are 9 negative. We build one more house. We win. And that's negative whilst the Mr. Plough money is still... We'd be 500 richer if the Mr. Ploughs had finished their job. How are you suddenly... Oh, that's just slightly more food. The extra person is eating more. Yeah, but who cares? Yeah, that was much more reasonable than that other tiny map. Another temple, all nice and shiny. But the mist is still here. It didn't work again.
Hey, where are you? Stop hiding in the mist. You were supposed to get rid of it.
Ah, but were we?
Of course. How is the kingdom to survive in these toxic fumes?
You're right, it cannot. And that's exactly why every remaining citizen needs to move to the mountains.
People, animals, and crops are above the mist at such altitudes.
We've established multiple thriving cities out here, and we'll continue to do so.
He's so
Everyone
British.
will find a great place to live here.
And from now on, Laysara will be known to everyone as the Summit Kingdom.
Alright, GG. Campaign completed. Achievement unlocked. Laysara's Savior. Complete the campaign. You've completed the story. However, you can continue growing your kingdom in sandbox mode. You can switch between towns at any given movement, and trade resources now without restrictions. There are also additional mountains. Building summit temples will unlock the remaining mountains. So there's post-game? Yeah, there's post-game. There's post-game! I didn't even know there would be post-game content. But that is it for now. We have beaten New York City. We have beaten the campaign of Laysara. Cheers, everyone. Thank you for joining. I hope you had a lovely time. Maybe catch us for the post-game. We'll see. Alright, do we do the post-game? Yes, because you just got here. Alright then. Give me a minute to refill my drink. We'll do some post-game. BRB. Well, fish, 51 wheat, 25 crystal. We have lots of available crystal and a little bit of butter tea. But anyway. Yeah. Alright. Cheers, everyone. Hello and welcome back to the Ball Plays Laysara. We're now doing the post-game content. Big Mountain or Big Mountain? Big Mountain? Demon's Rest, capable of supporting a summit temple. Very limited space, not much fertile ground for farming. Careful planning. Copper and crystals, or a huge mountain with lots of space. If you want to go big with your town, this is the place. Yeah, let's do the big one. After being space constrained for like 2 maps out of the last 3, I'd like something with a bit of space, I think. Get to research level 8. What have we got? Copper, gold, gold. Copper. Big open space. Big open space. This could be all of the farming ever. That could be a civilian zone. That could arguably be a... Well, we should also look at what people want for this map before we make such decisions. So... Peasants on this map want honey and sampa and smoked meat and butter tea at level 2. They like yak races at level 2, that's really nice. And they like yak guardian at level 2. So we've got a lot of peasants want yak-based stuff. The middle class, or the upper class, want smoked meat at level 2, beer, perfume, butter lamps, and ornaments at level 2, as well as tapestry. Fancy tapestry? Yeah, fancy tapestry. We have got rivers, so conceivably we could start setting up actual full tapestry. And a little bit decorations and baths. The peasants also a little bit want baths. They like gong and praying space. And finally the monks. The monks like boxed in, up high. They kind of like Yak Guardian a little bit. They kind of like gong a little bit. They like mandala a lot. They like blankets a lot. They like decorations a lot. They like fish a lot. And they like butter tea a lot. Interesting that these two people don't really like fish on such a fish... like such a rivery level. And there is just mountains of space. Well, a mountain of space. But a big mountain, not a little teeny tiny mountain. Salt? Salt means we can do those meats. I kind of like one zone here. Maybe we end up making multiple zones of each, because this is such a big level. Yeah, we probably do end up making multiple zones of each. Look how big that is. That one is designed for just paving across one giant bread. Like one giant farm, second giant farm, third giant farm. Brrr. Like 10 of them in a row. You might be like an egg zone or something. That is definitely farming. Is there a stair lift near here? Because I'd kind of like to do this first. Also, where were my existing housing? You all go away now. Don't threaten to build on the ridgeline. I know you're only bluffing. It's a bluff. Do we go across here or across up here? I don't know what we even used that for yet. That space feels too small to be useful. This one is useful. We wanted you to be populous. We don't have the yak to run you at the moment, which is true. This is going to be our starting lowlanders. Be nice if we could get them their free baths, but I guess we kind of can. Would just mean moving this up a bit. No, I don't like that. You're gonna make do without baths. Now, we're going to have to commingle for a while. Tax office. Yes, we can set up basic inefficient yak down here for the moment. Bridge across, or bridge across here? I kind of like there. And then this was going to be giga farming. Some of you don't have road at the moment, which is true. We give you road. Beautiful. Okay. That is a heapin' helpin' of lowlanders to get started. What is costing all this upkeep? The tax office. But donations far exceed the tax office. Let money flow in. So here's our first peasant zone. Where do we put our first... set of these guys? Here looks nice. Can get their free baths. Oh, there are avalanches that I hadn't paid attention to. Well, that doesn't kill us. Are you in the way of an avalanche? It's not conceivably possible. Because you are up on an island. Okay, and now we can stop the commingling in the other zone. Strict segregation. Eventually that will be where an Amazon goes, but for now it's fine. Second tax office. The Amazon. We could work rainforest in there. Okay, you're out of range of the food. That works, however. Okay. Then... that's slightly wrong. Change that road. Squeeze in the extra person. Alright, and all these people are happy just because they have baths. You're happy that you have baths. You are not happy at all. We can't afford to tech up until you are at least slightly happy. Bread would be the same thing, and we were going to do bread from over here. Because this was the most obvious build a single giant thing for bread that I've ever seen. Nine in a row. The Promised Land. 1, 2, 3, 4 is enough for the moment. The rest of this can turn off. And then that needs to get to up here. To which end we artificially raise ourselves to level 1. They will briefly complain, we'll activate food, and then they'll be fine. Everyone's hungry! Give them food. More food, you say? Can do. 1, 2, 3, 4. Beautiful. Okay. This also produces enough hay to do 4 yaks. How are we going to do that? Kind of like that. Okay, and then on the other side... kind of wanted to do it on the other side, but I don't know that that's so feasible. Oh, and we don't have the tech for it yet anyway, so sure. Turn this off. That's eventually. So we need one more temporary yak. Alright. Let's set up the first monk zone. The monks want to be up high. That looks like a good one, except that it's in next to a snow cap. Isn't a snow cap as much as it looks like it's trying to funnel that to its death. But this should be saved for doing gold and stuff in. This one should be saved for doing food in. You are more reasonable. I don't like the snow in the way. I would actually have to get up there, which is quite a climb. Be here, here, bridge across. Oh wow, I actually managed to build those in line without even trying. So, now we need to stop you. We are allowed to gather this into sacred ice. probably makes a lot of sense. Although it also uses a lot of yaks that we don't have. Now that space looks a lot less spacious. Maybe this becomes a production zone then. All of them want to be production zones. You want to be meat. You want to be snow. We can get 3 out of that one. No, I think we... I'm gonna have to protect from it sooner or later. And I don't know if they're going to go up to level 3 avalanches. If they're going to go up to level 3 avalanches, then I need this and a cowbell. But the cowbell would fit there quite nicely. And then 1 row of road protection. But it can be on the road. So I guess we just do there. And maybe that's reserved for a bit of gold. Now, the monks will be very happy just being on the high ground for the moment. High ground plus boxed in equals fully happy for quite some time. Okay, how do you get in? How do we get in? And do you eat fish? You do eat fish, and this can do some fishing. So you probably get in from over here somewhere. Honestly, there's less room here than I was thinking. Like, once we've placed this in a temple, there's not a lot of spare space. Yeah, go there for the moment. Okay, tax office. And we need to have more temporary acts. Good. Monks. Tax office. Done. Let time pass again. The heck? Why did money go down? It makes no sense that money went down. Oh, because this kicked in and people want more. None of that. Or more accurately, yes, but then disable our magic tech. Good. I actually kind of like there to there better. And popping this out one, but we'll see. Boing, boing. Sheep? Oh no, it's a cow. It's a cow face. Okay. That really wants me to drop that down one more. I'd been hoping to use that to do a little bit of food. But it looks like that's a pipe dream. Alright, you touch everything. You touch everything, not that you're needed. They're actually hungry. They are complaining about no food, but not really, because they're happy with being in a box. And being up high. Our snow protection thing worked. Next. What next? You're level 2 happy. The monks are level 3 happy. You're only level 1 happy. You should be next. You would like beer the most. This is Super Farm Zone. It can do beer really happily. It can do tree at high efficiency. It can do the wheat at high efficiency. And we have got the tech for the inn. Would say kill you and put the inn there. But really we should give you at least a food. So, can we give you some like edged chickens? You won't eat fish. There. More, they say. There. Okay, so now they would be level 2 happy. We can afford to go up to level 2 tech. Which then gives us the fish access, textile access, and possibly gong. Fish is the big one. These guys would like fish a little bit. Whereas you would like fish a lot. Ta-da! You have enough food. And on your fish. Alright. Gong would go a long way for a lot of them. It would be a... It would go a gong way. It would go a gong way. There is quite tempting. There looks better. There looks fantastic. There. That one. I don't like that it kills one of the high-level houses, but it does so much. I think eventually that will be fine, because once we give them fancier roads, that one will reach the rest. Say more fish, we turn on the other fisherer, and suddenly we've run out of peasants. They say now make more grain. One, two, three, four. Go to there, and that's easily enough surplus grain. Alright, that's all we can do here for the moment. They would want honey and yak racing. And a mandala. Ugh. Or else to get to Tech 5 and give them a yak guardian. I think we have to accept that they are going to want the mandalas. And there seems somewhat reasonable. Gets like... It gets most of them. It doesn't get the upper zone, but... Alright. And then yak racing and honey would go the rest of the way. Yak racing has stupendous range. And that's before we've even upgraded any of the roads. I'm gonna be lazy and just do it there. I think I do it there. I can put another couple of houses there eventually. Eventually, it's right now. One of them avoids taxation, but the rest are good. That means we need more yaks. But we're on Tech 2 now, so we can do the fancy medium density yaks. Done. Yaks rationalized. We can Turn off the bad ones. At least almost every bad one. There. And then it was cheese or honey. Honey. Cheese actually does two things because they would like textiles as well. This was basically only going to be grain. Yeah, there can be a road up along the top there. And that could go to you. They would prefer honey, but the honey should be made here. Yeah, and then that could go to both of those. And it's not in the way of a snow thing. Even conceivably use the snow to enhance the honey making. But we need a couple more artisans before we do that, because we're going to move them by artisan. So over to here. No, getting you up to level 3 does not seem reasonable, so it's just more level 2 of you. Sorry, getting up to level 2 isn't reasonable, so it's more level 1s of you. Says more eggs. This upper edge is currently doing less than it could. That's a temporary space, but it's useful for the moment. That's pretty perfect. It gives us another 50 artisans to work with. It's enough to move around the honey. So we set up the honey. Squeeze me, honey, honey, squeeze me. You don't quite touch as far as I would like. But it's still going to get a lot. Bugger. Thought that would get there. Well then, there for the moment. Okay, some of you feed here. Can I get that road to be won over? No. That's disappointing. Guess there. For the moment, that touches all of them. Should hopefully be enough honey to here. And then suddenly our worker deficiency... Massive worker surplus. You say there's not enough honey. Say make one more honey, and then the game says you're spending so many artisans moving the honey, which is true. But until we learn about the Nidus canals, it's the best we've got. They're functionally Nidus canals, except that they only work for one kind of thing at a time. They can't work for multiple things at a time. So what's your issue? That the yaks... Yeah, the yak racing doesn't quite get to you. I will allow immediate going to full level 3 road around the town square, which gets you done. Okay. Unpause, let money recover. Oh, turn you on and have you actually power that. Yeah. Massive surplus of honey. So we could turn at least 2 of those off. Avalanche that looks threatening but does nothing. And then back to this zone, and we need to get you up to level 2. Which is... beer and gong. Beer and gong is, I think, the most reasonable. It also lets us give you bread as a side result, maybe. Check that it's not in the way of a snowfall. Yeah, that might actually come down here. I guess we'll see. And one of you only needs one of these, which needs 2 of these. Okay, beer exists. Hell, we can even pick it up over the other side. And we need the inn. It's enough beer for the moment, but not by a lot. And then it was gongs. So like there. And there. Actually, the beer consumption hasn't gone up by that much. That's quite nice. More egg. Egg. We got rid of our negative though. I guess we need one over here. That looks about right. And then what aren't you happy about that these guys are? Beer access. So let's zoop up the town square. Good. Swiftly running out of ability to feed you egg. Alright, that gave us 50 artisans to fiddle with again. Getting to the next level is not really reasonable. They are next to a river, so they can do cheese and textile that would be eventually tapestry. And I suppose we could give them grain here. We could also pulse up to Tech 5 so that we can use the Nidus canals. No crystal. Do we need to trade for crystal? Yes, we need to trade for crystal. Also, it's a finite resource, seemingly. Like, the excess crystal from the other level is all that we're allowed. We're not allowed to import an infinite amount of it. Thankfully, 25 crystal goes a horrendously long way. Yeah, we could just tech pulse. I'd rather not have to redesign more stuff later. Let's tech pulse. Unless it's going to make everyone drastically unhappy. You're fine. You're fine. These guys should be fine. Okay, they should mostly be fine. Whereupon we admit that the way we should deal with this is Nidus Canal. So... Also, there looks like a nice space for it. But so does here. Although this could be a nice, like, egg zone or something. Yeah, I think I'd rather this be, like... This is going to be bigger than the eggs, so I think I'd rather this be here. Slightly awkward, but can probably be made to work. Nidus Canal. Done. And other end of the Nidus Canal. Okay, then we need more hay. We don't really need more grain. Yeah. We could get that hay from here. At least in part. Done. Good. How can you be extracting 16 of 14? Oh, it means 14 or more is available? Yes. Alright. There we go. Yak deficit solved. We could even do another. And we're ahead of the curve for a while. We're quite ahead of the curve for a while. Get you away from that little zone. Now, we should probably move that to here via Nidus Canal instead. Once we give that nicer roads... Yeah. Then that works. Done. Saved a whole bunch of artisans. Could do you, but you aren't eating enough of it to really worry us. We are worried about how little monks there are. Getting you up to the next level is Yak Guardian, Mandala, and one other thing. That's insane. At that point, we want to trade you for this, the extra reach. We can give you Yak Guardian, which you all acknowledge. These guys would like their Yak Guardian. Which they all acknowledge. Okay. Now they're getting demanding for food, which would be fish and cheese. Fish is fairly reasonable. They're right next to a river. Beautiful. That probably means we don't need as much grain. Hell, we can even technically turn one of those off. You don't want bread. The monks don't want bread at all. These guys would accept bread, so we move that in via Nidus network. We should also change this from yeeting that way to Nidus network as well. And if it means that we have to create nice roads towards where the Nidus things are, so be it. Done. You explode. Or more accurately, go there. It's almost close enough. I guess I will allow a little bit of nice road. A little bit more. A little bit more. There we go. There's one. These guys don't eat fish, so I don't need to care about conserving the river edge. Yeah, for the moment that looks nice. If it means we need to create like 3 squares of slightly nicer road, 5 squares of slightly nicer road, 7 squares of slightly nicer road, 8 squares, 9 squares, 9 squares. We give you bread, there is now a bread shortage. One, 2, 3, 4. Except that no, we just turned that one on. I'm an idiot. Well, we're partially ready for the next one. We do, however, need to turn on our temporary yaks. And we need to make some extra artisans. Oh, still not enough. Really? I guess we do need this. Oh no, it's not artisans, it's monks. My bad. Oh, that's okay for the moment. I'm not going to be able to get those happier enough. These ones I could. With either tapestry or a decoration. Yeah, let's give you the fully proper road at least around the core. Then I'm okay with blowing you up for this. Giving that slightly better road. And that solves our shortage for a little bit. That avalanche is nowhere near causing us a problem. You want more bread. We go deal more bread in the peasant zone. How's the game been? This map is a very relaxing map, because you just have tons of space. Now, it might almost be sensible to convert this over to working via Nidus Network rather than touching stuff as well. But we can do one more. Yes. 1, 2, 3, 4. It also gives us more hay. Yeah, it is nice. How much hay? Enough to do 2 more? Done. We can turn off the crappy axe. And then you'll need to give me a minute here, doggo. Please let me in or out, father. Alright. So we're ahead of the yak curve again. We have spare grain. We have spare grain and honey. If we set up the cheese and the tapestry, these guys would level up. In theory, that kind of works best in a middle zone. I would need to block here. And we would need a bridge. Alright. These, for the moment, are going to run this more efficiently. We want. That really means we need more yaks. So we're only just barely doing it. We want to do it by Nidus Network. And we want to do the actual yak shacks. So We should find some nice high ground to go hyper hay with. That would be okay, we'd only have to block a little bit. I suppose part of the problem is the ones that I just said there actually use yaks. Yeah. So this one we should do in a non-yak way. At least for the moment. This is super inefficient here. How big are you compared to these, out of interest? The same size. So for the moment this just conserves yaks whilst still meeting our goal of blocking the avalanches. And then this is Hyper Yak Hay. Although, I would be interested to know if the ice... Does a normal ice altar affect you? Yes. But not... I mean, that's not tons. Still, it helps. Especially when you put it across all of those. Can be turned off for the moment. So then we want to teleport at least the hay. Possibly the grain also later. Massive amount of available grain now. Okay. We can set up this. No, I kind of want it there. One, two, three, four, five. 1, 2... 3, 4, 5. Okay, we are now hideously ahead of the yak curve that we can afford to teleport anything we want around anywhere. We aren't so ahead of the curve in terms of money making anymore. So we should probably set up a minting or two. Can we bridge here? Yes. It's not beneath a snow point. That would actually give us something useful to do with the rest of this ice for the moment. Okay. Oh, yeah, we have one of the positive feedback loop things happening. The things that collect ice are in range of the things that uses the ice, so they collect extra ice. Well, that's fine, as long as we don't grow too dependent on the feedback loop. You like the throat singing? I think it's very nice thematic music. You, to hear. Local redistributor. And then the question is, how much of you can we fit? Well, that's plenty. We need the local redistributor. Oh, come on. How can that not reach? Fine. We'll add one more. And boom. Money problems super disappear because we are minting an extra 1,000. Although technically that's all that's keeping us above board. And that chewed through our supposed yak surplus. Boing. Yeah, they jump up and down. They're running the bellows. Or the minting of the money, the minting press. We do still have available hay, so we could do more. Go a little bit further. One, two, three. One, two. I wish we could do that one, but we can't. Three. Done. That gets us ahead of the yak curve again. Though we are now using all of the hay. So our super hay thing is at full capacity. What do we do now? In theory, we should do lowlanders. So many Yakpolines. I thought that they were yak saws, like seesaws. They're more like seesaws. So this wants cheese and tapestry. Also, we're starting to run out of space in that area. 2, 3, 1, 2. Okay. The intention is to level you up. So we can use another ice altar. We could also move these. These don't have to be in the way there. They exist over there. Is there a reason to use this space? Yes, because we want it to be middle ground, because middle ground is where the ratios are correct, except we don't care about the ratios because it's in range of this. So then the question becomes, what are we going to want more of over the long term? If we're not caring about the ratios, and then the answer to that is you always want more cheese than textiles, I think. So we actually kind of want to do it on the low ground. You always want more cheese. So super cheese, we do want more super cheese. So maybe we set it up here instead. So the boring efficiency building that doesn't need extra work. And then it's 1, 2, 3. Yes. We centralize that. Ah, no, you're meant to do this sideways, not up down. That makes it hard for them to touch you. The boring efficiency machine. I don't like it. It's an annoying... I don't like it. Were you here when I gave my rant? I could copy-paste my rant, maybe. Dot, dot, dot. Dot, dot, dot. There's my full rant. Don't wanna be grumpy man on stream anymore. I would rather be happy at the moment, so we do it this way. Yeah, that's better. 1, 2, 3. Lovely. Centralize all the milk. You do need to be getting the ice. Eventually we will probably start moving that via Nidus network. 7 moving that is a little... but... Okay, and then the cheese. There's a lot of anti-ice sentiment lately. 1, 2, 3, 4. Holy moly. Holy moly, we can do a lot of those. 1, 2, 3, 4. Another avalanche ware. Oh! You didn't do your job. Ah, the avalanches have gone up in strength. Rip. Missed to plow them to happiness. That needs to back up 1 square. Then we need to level 2 up our... snow barriers. So that's that one. You don't have a road, friend? What have I misunderstood? Oh, that prevents the road going sideways. I mean, that should still work. Yeah. So in the future, that's now fine. We think. That also means we need to up the other one that was protecting us. This. Problem. We just discovered that the road thing doesn't work the way we thought it does. We can deal with this via the honkening for now. There. We honk the glacier to weaker. Do I want it there or do I want it there? I kind of like it there more. There. Now you can still be blocked by this. Strezzo streak. Trumpet stock snow down. Yes. These resources don't go anywhere, which is true. We connect the other side to a road. And we yoink them into a Nidus canal. And then we have cheese for days. If we give you even nicer road to here, it's just enough for this to supply the cheese. Cheese? Thank you. Done. Diversifying the foods means the other foods don't need as much. We can turn one of you off. We have spare bread. We can turn one of you off. We have spare honey. We could turn 2 of these off. And then we are out of low-level workers. We need to do the other side of this, which is the textiles. So, wool, 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 wool. Textile, textile, textile. Lovely. They need to exit into a Nidus canal, which might as well go there. Done. And then we want that to be delivered to you. So... Same deal, this gets to have... Well, actually, no, we want it down here. Give that nice roads. We'll look at... Yeah, at least there. Which we don't love. Because I needed to touch the thing that's going to go there. Actually, down here works really well. So we could go back and turn this back to medium again. Or was it even low? I think it was low. Yeah, it was low. We make the Amazon distribution center. We give it textiles. Boom! These all level up to level 3. We now have not enough honey. We turn on another honey. Wrong way. We now have not enough fish. Turn on a fish. Apparently that is actually more textiles than... And I'm doing all that I can. Who else wants cheese? You would accept cheese. You got your first Summit Temple in Sandbox. I would have thought Sandbox is easier than where you're up to in the campaign, because you're pretty close to the end of the campaign, Amel. Cheese to the... That's to... Yeah, cheese to there, I said, and then that to here. Which reduces how much fish we need, which means 2 of you could actually turn off. The only thing they want is more enlightenment. You decided to take a break and just drop into free play. Because you're about to come up to that level that I really did not like. I can't really squeeze a lot more out of that. So I think we need to make a second monk zone. I could give this edge mandala. Then I'm wasting that corner. Or a gong? I think they're already in gong range, pretty much. I was looking at, like, these people. And they say textile, decoration... Well... Decoration and egg would also... No, because it must be... It needs to be religion type. So they need us to get to the better academy. And the better academy means we need to set up the other thing, and the other thing means we need more monks to set that up. So we do need another monk zone. There's just no avoiding that. We need more yaks for our Nidus networks. So we set up more hay gathering. You want that, and you want more bread. Bread is easy, turn that back on. There is no fabric. I think that's just saying there isn't enough fabric. Yeah. And now you say there's no more snow to remove. We turn you off. Alright. It's only the smallest shortage of that. So we either want to level these up or make another zone for this. They would accept cheese. But then they really start demanding other things like utensils. Still, we should probably give you the cheese. Ooh, they fit so nicely there. Sold on that. Cheese, give to you. Now you have way too many egg. We'll set up that new little bit of hay, and then we'll teleport the eggs around rather than making them locally there. So we kind of thought that one of these little oddly shaped small zones would be okay for eggs. But we need the hay first. Like we can have one more. Industrial extraction. Yeah, that there. You receive hay, yes. You give that to there. We do that once more. Except that you also need to receive hay. We do that once more. Do you not get? Does someone get given twice? No, I just can't count well. You go to there, then that goes to there, and then we're ahead of the yak curve again. And we still have enough to do one more, at which case, why not just do it now? Done. We might as well yaximize our efficiency. Yeah, look at this. It does nothing but produce infinite yaks. Okay. And then we were coming back here and we were going to logicize our eggs. So, egg. Which we said we kind of liked the idea of doing down here. And then the only question is, do we want that in range of one of the snow things? Yeah, it touches pretty much all of that. I can live with that. It is a long way for you to yeet. So let's just test out how expensive this is. Maybe we turn the ice moving into via Nidus Canal as well. 12. Twelve is... Especially because I also want to then do some ice here. Like, I'd like setting up this to touch all of that. So I kind of like the idea of a Nidus Canal here that goes to a yeeter and then the local yeeter yeets to there and there. That will screw up the ratios on these into this. But let's just do that now. So... a ice yeet. To copy of you. Who is sort of here. Actually, that fits suspiciously well. Ice to you, that to there. Which means the other route there doesn't need to exist. Save. It's 12. It's a pity the egg acceptance can't go there. I think that has to go there. Okay, 70 eggs. We go back round to our artisans. We say, no more eggs this way. Eggs now come in via that. Okay. They wouldn't be happy without utensils. I can't reasonably do utensils. We could give them imported ornaments temporarily. But can I not just make more of them? They don't want yak racing. So there's no other space concern. There is now a beer supply concern. There's not enough space behind that for another full row. We should be able to get 2 more, right? No, you're out of range of food. Fair enough. Although eventually we could give that better roads and then the food would go further. Unpause, let money recover. We need to make more beer. More beer says that we should... Surely it would also be good to set up housing there too? Or have they not come to that conclusion? I think people like sunlight, and we can't provide them with baths in the tunnels. That would be difficult. Give more people yak guardians. We're giving everyone who deserves yak guardians already, game. The monks have got them. Technically I could make 1 more monk. And... the peasants have got them. I could make a couple more peasants. The weather objectives are annoying. You just put the thing down and then... yeah, I don't think they're great. Temporarily provide excess of something. Who cares? Put up more temple walls? Ooh, we're actually using all the fish. That I hadn't expected. I think we need to move this bridge now. apparently we cannot. That square might be okay. So let's check if... A money disaster. Have negative money balance of minus 10,000 or less. That should allow one more fish. Done. Now they aren't complaining about fish. They are still complaining about lack of textiles. But this was going to let us rationalize this. We wanted to put an ice altar here. So now these all produce excess, which is awkward for us in terms of... Well, actually it's good in terms of the hay, because I could maybe turn these ones off. Yes, I can turn those off and still have excess hay. But now we need to do this correctly. You are just kind of in the way there, friend. You're in the way no matter where you are. Just be in the way there. Now. Something like that. That gives us the redistributor. You now all feed into the redistributor instead. I don't know why that's made this not touch you. Maybe I killed off a little bit of nicer road? Yeah, there we go. And done. Now you need to feed this, 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 this. Okay, there's only enough to run 4? There's only enough to run 4. You stop existing. You stop existing. You're fine there. You need to output to the bread. And now there is sufficient available bread for everyone. Bread shortage dealt with. The only shortages are fabric and monks. Do I have spare grain? No. I mean, I'd like to have spare grain, so I guess you four are turning on. You two as well. That gives us more hay, more grain. There's actually a fair bit of spare hay. And there is enough spare grain. So I was questioning teleporting the grain around to make the beer, the extra beer for the artisans. Or whether we make it locally. For the moment, I think we make it locally. So many excess eggs. Would anyone else like eggs? You don't even eat eggs. You would eat eggs. So you plus a eating station. Now they eat even less of every food. And we know how much we can afford to turn this down by. 52. Like 6, at least. $12. One more and now we're solved. You're grumpy that you don't have fabric. And I'm not going to be dealing with that right now. You are grumpy you don't have beer, which we are going to be dealing with right now. Okay, extra beer. Sadly, the extra beer cannot make it across the river. So you now need to live here. Done. Excess beer achieved. Slightly nicer roads to here. To here. Down here. That actually says to me make a whole bunch of them over this corner. Two more. We've reached the limit of the gongs. I will go even fancier road. What's not reaching you? A praying place or a gong would fix you. So, like that. Is there any reason for keeping both of those? No. So that can die and become gong. Perfect gong coverage, aside from you. Done. You're grumpy with no fabric. You're grumpy with no fabric. We've massively increased our artisan supply. I kind of want to make these guys their next things. Which would be utensils? Utensils and then topiaries. So utensils is wherever there is copper. Some copper. Not exactly a lot of copper. This is the salt potentially, but we've already earmarked this for this, so we probably teleport the salt out. There's spare ice here that could easily come down here to help with the copper. Something like that looks approximately right. Overestimating how far your range is. That works. Could it work 1 square further away? Yes, that's the limit. Okay, we need to give you your ice. Yeah, that's more efficient than making a yak teleport station. So then utensils. You need a local redistributor. Into you. You into these. Okay, and then we wanted that down here, but we should just add it to the network, the Nidus network. Looks about right. $35. Who else wanted them? Did the peasants want them? The peasants wouldn't mind utensils. They really want food, though. They want us to do butter tea and smoked meat. Incense. Incense is... No, I hate incense. I don't mind it for monks, but for peasants it just feels terrible because it uses so much incense because peasants are so dense. Even then I don't love it for monks. It's barely acceptable for the monks. So we need a Nidus canal to deliver the... utensils. I guess that's going there. We make the Amazon Center. Not enough money. Well, we wait a second. Done. You get utensils. Okay. And then if you got either butter tea, perfume, ornaments, or smoked meat at topiary, you would be happy. I don't mind the idea of doing smoked meat, seeing as it's a double level for you. Avalanche. See if our new... Yes. The Great Horn is doing its job. The yaks are on a treadmill that pumps air into the horn that weakens the local snow. We actually don't have that much spare cheese now. So doing a little bit more here is okay. But that means that we need to set up more yak. One, two, three. 2. 3. Extract 100 or more resources from a single tunnel. Achievement unlocked. The mole. Done. Back to positive yak. And then what we're going to do with those? We were doing something. We also need to turn back the eggs at least one. Ah, yes, this cheese. There's no reason that that road should actually merge there at all. Get rid of it. You need to go to there, which means you need to feed that. And then we need slightly nicer road, because this cannot reach. We should rearrange 2 of them. But now you cannot reach, so slightly nicer road again. Done. This is all in service of this thing touching more. And increasing their efficiency by a nice third. You say that. And then this needs to move more central. One more square would work. Cheese, yes. We now have a good excess of cheese again, and on this side we can fix the shortfall of fabric. At least a little bit. New problem. This can't get out of here easily. I don't want to create a second one of those. I guess we just allow a single local yeeting station. Then you take it back there. Alright, now we have 6 spare. What do you get that you don't? Tapestry. Amazon doesn't touch you. So, nicify the road to there. Same with that little bit. We need a little bit more to get to you, and we need a little bit more to get to those. Really? It just doesn't want to get to that one. Fine. And it doesn't want to get to these two. And then for you, it doesn't want to get to you either, so... Seriously? Oh, you're missing something else. You are missing mandala. No, the mandala's right there. Okay. There we go. Those guys would like a mandala. Am I willing to give you one for down here? Not really. You could have anything else. I'd rather not give you utensils. The mandala is more sensible than giving all of this utensils. But maybe I could convince this to reach there. That's a bit closer. It's a bit closer. Oh, come on. Come on! It's one more. That square is definitely good. The Yak Guardian doesn't quite make it all the way around. You need to be made medium. A little bit more of you needs to be made fully good. you don't get something. Probably the mandala. Yes. Seeing as everything else reaches you, I don't really love... No. Let's just make that second mandala. That still doesn't get there. That's insane. There we go. More honey. Not more eggs, more honey. Here's the honey array. Very good. You would like slightly more wool, but we're not going to have enough wool. That's the way of things. So we make one more of these. Okay. I don't need the cheese for the moment, and I don't need the fabric, so no. So that's super buffed out our peasants. We should make the next... oh my god, the avalanches get even stronger? No! No! Now this needs a honkener. I can get a place where it affects both of them. Yes, please. The snowfall makes it really hard to tell the difference between zones. It does. Is this high ground? Is it medium ground? It's tough to tell. Okay. That turns you back to level 2. You will be fine if we just put down that. And turned on that, but we don't care about either at the moment, so that's just a waste of money until we do. So this one is fine, and that was protecting that. Where is the other one that we actually need to protect? Here. Honk this problem. We cannot fit more. Can you have more than one honkener? Yes! Better safe than sorry. Reduce a snowcap avalanche strength from 3 to 1. I mean, that's easier than me fitting a row of barriers in there. It's not very yak efficient, it's in fact very yak inefficient. I do have the ability to set up more yak. So I guess we do that. One, two, three. That means we need to move this road. One. No, I think we leave that being slightly wrong. 2, 3. Really? You won't reach there? Fine. You reach there. You reach there. The yak breeding circle. That gets us good on yaks again. Unpause, let money come in. We need to make another monk zone. And ideally we need to level these up. These wanted meat. Meat wants the salt. Do I want to do the meat there? Goats are equally good everywhere. So it doesn't matter where we make the summoning yak Sothoth. It doesn't matter where we do the goats. Maybe there? Because I've kind of reserved this for making more hay. Ugh. No, it makes you pick. Do you want a double weaken or do you want salt? Oh no, we can squeeze that there. And this still touches both of those. That's lovely. It makes more sense to teleport the meat in than the salt. Am I gonna want the salt for anything else? Butter tea. So I probably should just teleport the salt. Ten salt. Then we're gonna make this our... We're gonna make that. This could be our goat zone. And I kind of like the idea of doing the goat and the other salt thing together. The butter tea. Oh, we need to make a ton of wood. Okay, wood rationalization time. Find a location where we can make a bunch of timber. That looks like a nice peasant space. Yeah, that's kind of okay for wood. Do we want to protect from any snowfall here? It's unclear. Okay. Hopefully that is enough timber. For a goodly long time. Kinda sucks that you don't reach the other end. But as long as we put that there, that works. But we only really use timber for charcoal, right? Yeah, there's nothing else that timber does. So I could also justify doing all the charcoal here. It's actually hard to tell how far your road reaches, but it doesn't look like it reaches the whole distance. Coal is used for a bunch of things. It's used for meat, it's used for beer, it's used for the gold thingamajig, these things, making ornaments. Kind of want to be lazy and do that. I shouldn't, so I won't. Alright. Then the furnaces. Yeah, and it's used for the butter lamps. Avalanche. It killed my building because I hadn't turned it on, which is fair. You can go away for a bit. There is so much space here. Okay, timber. Timber into teleporter. Charcoal into teleporter. Done. Now where we made beer, we should logically use the teleporter instead. Okay. And now we need to make goat meat, which we were thinking about maybe here. You think the red one uses more? Yes, but it also reaches further. Like, I don't think the, I need the red one for this to reach over here. And for where the wood was being generated, I don't think that a little one would reach all of this. Yeah, it wouldn't. So we could see if we could do that. But no, then that one doesn't reach. If it did fit there, then it could become one of the more efficient ones. The ones that run on workers, not artisans. Now back to our goat plateau. I guess there's no reason for you not to be made more efficient by the ice altar. Although, you'd prefer these to be on the outside when doing that. Did I move you one square down? Yes. And you'd look neater in there. So now technically all of those get the hyper efficiency. That's going to be more goat meat than we could probably need for the whole game. Well, we'll see. Once we've got 2 or 3 zones eating the goats, that might not be so absurdly overwhelming. Or do we want to convert them into food here as well? Then we don't need a teleporter. We can get rid of one teleporter if we do that. And we just teleport the salt in. We would need a local redistributor for the salt. Then we need the smokehouses. You're actually kind of better off there. You're better off one square over. So we can fit more of these. Okay, how many do you run? The ratio is not 1-to-1, so we need a redistributor for the goat meat. You can't quite reach the goat meat. You can reach it there. Oh, Although I hate the way that looks. No, I think I'd rather you just be unhappy and do yours manually. Everyone else distributes properly. Actually, even better. Why can't you go here? Oh, because of the road tile. Bleh. And in fact, now they can all touch that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We can run one more. Done. You touch this. And then 1, 2, 3. You cannot reach that. So... instead we arrange you like that. One, two, three, four, five, six. Done. They need charcoal. Teleports in. Ah, we no longer have enough charcoal. Sure. We needed to make more charcoal than I thought we did. You have surplus wood, so we can run another one of you. And another one of you. Now we're at the limit. We would need one more tree. Done. Now we come back around to the goat zone. And all of these need to go into a teleporter. That looks like the best. Done. Okay. Who wanted the meat? You wanted the meat. You're not going to reach. It would reach there. But I was kind of hoping to put some housing here. But it looks like Amazon wouldn't reach there. Sure. There is some upside in that I get to blow up that. Fit you there instead. Meat to here. Boom! Now they just need decorations. Why are you still here, egg? Go away. These guys don't care about Yak Guardian. Oop, I don't like that. So what do we do with that space? The peasants would love the soup, the meat. But then they would also demand butter tea. So I'm not really willing to give that to them. And I don't think the monks want meat. No, the monks specifically do not want meat at all. What I should do is dial this production back to meet what we actually use. So I only need 2 at the moment. Okay, and then 2 means I only need nowhere near as many of you. That's correct. And now in theory we probably also have surplus charcoal again, but so I could dial back 3 of you, which then means we can dial back half of you. Lovely. So, these guys, having gotten their meat, they now demand topiaries. What have they got that you don't? The beer. I mean, the beer is hard to make travel any further than it already is. I guess we could give a little bit of nicer road here. But much more than it's pushing it. The innuendo writes itself, if you say so. Whoosh over my head. You want the beer. Can we get the beer to go to that last house? Not even if we literally maximum level all the road. It's weird that doing that is somehow affecting you. But whatever. Now, continue deploying the topiaries. That one looks correct. Are we hyper-producing the utensils too much? Yeah, I could actually dial back 2 of you. Continue deploying the topiaries. One about here, or maybe there. Done, 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 done. More meat, they say. What's your issue? Yeah, not enough meat resources. That's fine. Go back to the meat zone. Where are you? Here. Turn on one of you. There we go. Spare meat again. One more of you. We need one more charcoal. There's 2 more of you, 1 more of you. Lovely. Okay. Now what? We really need more monks. We also somewhat need more yaks. Do we have hay for more yaks? Just a little bit. Enough for 2. Done. That gets us ahead of the yak curve again. Now we need more monks, which is a new monk zone. Let's just erase you. Where do we put the new monk zone? In theory, they should be up high. This one is reserved for industry. You're reserved for industry and hay. You're too small. You maybe end up being like incense or something. Or fish? Extra fish. You are large enough. And it would kind of make sense to give, like, that food across to there. It's a little bit on the small side of large enough, but it's probably just large enough. And it's literally the only other option. So, unless we're going to build some on the low ground, or unless we're going to re-rationalize where we do the hay, saying that this zone is bigger and therefore more suitable for the monks. Did your job successfully. Good job. In retrospect, maybe I should have... Well, it's not that... This isn't that much bigger than the other one, really. Yeah, that's really about the same size as this. So, as long as we... We probably will need a Mr. Plow and just live with it. That crushes us, otherwise we're wasting too much space dealing with that snow. They can be okay without being on high ground. I just have to give them incense as well. So we could put them on a middle ground. I like doing them here for the moment. How much do I need more salt? Probably not that much. Yeah, let's try and do it here. It's near the foods. The only other reason would be to try and farm more ice. Might be able to make something that's reasonable in that space. And then we also want you plopped down, and you. Okay, that informs us about how we want to lay out our walls. We do want some more fishing. Ugh. No, I prefer that. Yeah, bridge there. That lets us have the other fish. It does not let me have the other fish. I'm wrong. Really? Is it because there's road there? Okay, there we go. Ugh. Do we even need that much more fish? No, actually those alone should probably be enough fish for this. I don't need that fish. Hail Rolling Ninja. You saw it on Steam, it was somewhat interesting. It's an Anno-ish city builder, but with Tibetan mountain theming. I think that there's a really good amount of content between the campaign, the puzzle maps, and the scenario maps. There is a lot of content, whereas some things that we've played lately we've liked as a game, but thought, well, good lord, the campaign's short and there's nothing else to do. Like, unless you just want to go into the sandbox mode. This has a goodly amount of content. Do the theming affect the mechanics? A little bit. So for like the snow, the avalanche fighting, they're all in on their yaks do all the work theming. Where's our gold mining thing? Oh, here's one. The yaks are powering the here we go. The yaks are powering the paddle wheels that are purifying our snow here. The yaks are running the minting, the gold mints. How do we get up and down the various levels of these horrendous mountain? Well, there are... Let's ignore that yak is outside his wheel. There are yak hamster wheels running essentially ski lifts. That one's a bit better. So the hamster wheel runs the ski lift, and then when someone needs to go up and down, they hop on the ski lift, powered by the yak, and so on and so on and so on. And you have to grow your yaks. Your yaks are a class of citizen. There's peasant, merchant, monk, and yak citizens. Different citizens can work in different buildings. And if you don't have the right number of people to work, then you pay a fee for, like, making people do overtime. And it gets really cripplingly expensive to do that, so you don't want to go more than a little bit over. Which is why my 26 over the monk limit is why I'm building a new monk zone right now. We were assessing whether we wanted this riverside for doing fish, and we decided that we don't actually need the fish. The monks don't care about having a bath, so we can just push the wall all the way up to the edge. I have a hard time imagining finding a use for that little space. Better segregate the monks. The monks like living in temple complexes. So the monks like living in these little walled zones. It makes them... This is their little happiness meter, and to fill in their happiness meter you give them goods and services. Different classes of people want different goods and services, and what goods and services they want can change from map to map. In this case, boxing the monks inside a walled thing gives them 2 happiness, which is a pretty significant amount for something that's as simple as just laying down walls and doesn't need a workforce to run. It is a little bit expensive at 1 maintenance per wall unit, but it doesn't need any workforce. Maybe we honk that? I delete that bit of road. We can honk it. If we put down the snow barrier. That's fully dealt with. Level 1 from the honkening, level 2 from the ice collection, level 3 from the wall. I have a really hard time imagining using that corner. I think we just go up. We do need to leave space for a road here. But not much more road than that. Alright, then how do we fit some monks in that space? Building doesn't cost resources. No, we've got a money. We've got a treasury here. Treasury grows with the number of people you have, which is nice. Buildings cost maintenance. Well, that's costing maintenance because it's not turned on. It's not a good example. But if we connected it to the road network so that it could be running... Now this costs maintenance. This one, the honkening thing costs 80. This one costs 25, 12 lowlanders, 12 peasants, 4 yaks. Kind of want this. Feed the ice into you. Feed that across to our ice other station. And you're feeding it into that network. We currently have 20 spare, which means we don't actually need this. You can't actually reach that, which is depressing. Then you shouldn't be this, you should instead be this, because it uses less workers to do the same thing. Yeah. Maybe I make that all that, because I don't need the ice at the moment, and I have more lowlanders than yaks. Yeah. This can all be this for the moment. Later on we probably make that ice instead. Now. Food. Food and... might be able to get everywhere we need. Food and... temporary you in theory, but in reality no. I think I kind of like there. I don't love that that's 3, but they love Yak Guardian, right? Yes, they love Yak Guardian, and we do need a taxman. So... but then there's a lot of space still. Taxman... Yak Guardian... oh, that's not that much wasted space. It's like 4 or 5 of you. Looks pretty good. That will want a road down to here. One there. I don't know that we want that yet. That hurts. That's like just slightly the wrong space. That's nice. That's nice. Alright. Shove down some monks. You scream, where's my road? We give you a road. That's actually one too big, which is my bad. Goes there and... no, not the big expensive road. It goes there instead. Like that. You feel like they should add more marketplace types than just the 5x5? You want like a big marketplace and a little marketplace that have different ranges? We want to turn on the fish. We want to give you fish. We want to give you cheese. We want to give you eggs. I don't love eating it all that distance, but it's not the most. Yeah, 4 isn't terrible. Why aren't you eating fish? Because we haven't leveled you up. Fair. There aren't enough eggs, so let's go to our egg zone. There's the crystals we were missing seeing before. Go to our egg zone and turn on a couple more eggs. That's enough extra eggs for a while. I think we put the big building there if we can. Oh, it's one too big. That is deeply saddening. There is probably alright. And we kill off you too. Does waste a little bit of this space. We can always gain it back if we need that space for a gong or something, but for now let's minimize that cost. You are successfully providing no scholarship because you don't actually produce your thing. One more over for you. We would like a space for a mandala. There is probably the most reasonable, which means we do put that road back where it was. Although it's not going to reach all the way over there. And it never will. You've made do without a mandala. Yeah, you know what? We'll make do without a mandala here as well. Go back to the way I was doing it before. Ugh. That actually then is a kind of nice natural fit for... but you need to be in the middle, so that you affect everyone. We also, obviously, at least make this much hyper fancy roads. Even then you don't touch everything. Currently the food isn't making it all the way across. That helps, but it needs the tiniest bit more. Tiny bit more. Bit more. Really? We're running out of medium road to upgrade game. There we go. Okay. Oh, that's just life. Well, if that's so, then drag you into there. That doesn't actually make me make that any bigger. It does let me maybe provide them with topiaries from behind, though. And it's definitely fixed my monk shortage. Next, they would like honey and fish. I thought we were already giving you fish. And honey. Honey. Honey is moving in a very ineffective manner. I guess there isn't a lot of it. 14 on you is a bit... yeah. But it wouldn't get that much better if we teleported it to here and then built one there. So we'll live with that. That's not the greatest, but it's okay. Maybe we build a zone here and then we put a honey here and then we spread it from the other side. And that actually does provide a use to that now then. It lets them exit out that way, even if currently that lift is turned off. So, what else would they like? They would like gong, textile, topiary. I'm not really willing to give you the textiles. I have low amounts of textile, but I can give you gong and topiary. These two. Okay. Then you say, give me butter tea and a mandala. All those textiles that you really were trying to resist giving me. Killing these two and putting an Amazon. Increasingly tempting. How are you getting your textiles? They just aren't. They are living in a textile-free world. Well, if you're not getting textiles, you aren't. I don't see why you should have it any better than them. Unpause, let money accrue. Our bank account's pretty empty at the moment. The only other thing to do would be a gong on this side and a topiary on this side. Avalanche. Doesn't hurt us yet, because we're not building in its way. And then topiary. So, I can get away without eating a whole building, and instead do this, and happy tree. Yes, or we could maybe extend this down here a little way. There we go. Actually, if that's true, I'd rather that one be you and you be normal. Yeah. So now everything here is in range of topiary and gong. They want their scholarship, and we'll get the scholarship up and running now that the monks from this zone will be able to produce cedar. Now, normally you want this on the high ground. But I'm thinking maybe we just make, like, a cedar mine, and then teleport the cedar out and deal with its, productioning elsewhere. Or the manufacturing that uses it as an input elsewhere. Yeah, I kind of like the idea of this being a cedar mine. Lovely. You need a teleporter. Theda, get in the teleporter. And then where are we going to manufacture you? If anything, that looks like maybe that could be a nice, happy people zone. That one's too small for people. This could be manufacturing. You're not in the way of an avalanche, right? No. So. Teleporter. I am going to want this to be efficient, so we teleport out ice, we teleport out cedar. What else do we need to make it? And are we going to want to produce the fancier version of it? Eventually, yes, so we might as well overproduce. Just teleport the crystals in? Probably. We'll probably just teleport the crystals in. So we said you're going to be ice. Which means we want a basic ice efficiency thing. Depends how we want to do it. That gives you a lot of road surface area. We said cedar. Actually, you fit really well. Like that. We need a redistributor for the cedar. So you give to that, these give to you. We also need a resource we haven't started making yet. Crushed rock. Then I guess this is paused. We'll come back to you. Because I need to make a crushed rock first. And that realistically means that I need to make a new lowlander zone. Because we've run out of basic worker. You need slightly more honey. That's egg, not honey. Done. If only you got to here. There we go. Then you say slightly more fish. That now is a problem. Where is your fish coming from? Your fish is locally made. And we are using all of it. Yeah, that is a problem. But it's only the teeniest, tiniest demand, and we've got enough of the other things that it's fine. So, we'll ignore that. If we really care, we could make some more fish here. And shove a bit over. Now, where do we want to do next? For the next ones, I'd like to get away with not giving them textiles, so I'd like them to be next to water. That's not really big enough space for you. That kind of is. We could give them the smoked meat. No, there's so many of them that I don't want to give them that nice thing. Not yet. Like, there's so many of them. And it's the tiniest deficit of fish. Like, this is almost perfectly balanced for this. I really quite like that. If we wanted to get them to 4, they would demand incense, and I'm just not willing to give them the incense. So trying to push them towards 4... Nah. Not giving them the incense, I'm not giving them the smoked meat that goes with that. I'd rather them just be ever so slightly deficit of fish. I need to find a nice river location. We aren't already using. Well, that's sort of here, but then I'd need to move my beer somewhere else. I could move the beer down to the bottom bit of this, and then that could be a peasant zone. That's too small. We're already using this. That's too small. Also, how do you get there? How do you get there? There's rocks here, but there's no... Ah, you come from up here. Sure. No, I think moving the beer is the only answer there then. We have too few available rivers to want to put it anywhere else. So you need to move down to the bottom here. Or somewhere else. I mean, this could be beer. The only other thing it has that we're going to want to maybe do there is a little bit of copper. Slightly less nice that it's not going to get to be one continuous thing so easily. We do need a bridge. You do need a road. I think I prefer that. You. These two. Nice and cozily down there. Lovely. The only other thing to do would be maybe you here. Sure. No, I like you back here. If we're ever going to do more beer here, then the way this is neater. Okay. Peasant zone. Step 1, bath. Step 2, fish, because we actually have a tiny fish deficit. Next, come across. Come across. Food distribution. About there. Do we need this to go side to side? Probably not. What did our other peasant zone have? It did have yak racing. Which means we do need more yaks. And we are out of available hay. So either we expand our hay here. Still in range of you. We're getting to the point where there's actually a fair bit of wasted barley here. How much? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. 16 times 3? Yeah, that's enough to run like two beers or almost 3 beers and almost 2 wheat mills, well, 2 flour mills, essentially. Kind of amazed our bread has lasted this long. Ah, but here we go. The bread is about to not last. Coming back to you, but we need to make the peasants, we need to make the crystals first. And we're currently making those peasants. There's some temptation to make fish tunnel, but let's leave it alone for now. That isn't insane. If we are going to push those into a fish tunnel, that lets us chain it. And once you've got slightly nicer road here, this will reach you. Done for the moment. Now you need some demand. Okay, they're still grumpy. You aren't giving us enough stuff. You're only giving us fishes and baths. Which is true. So we wait a little bit, we let money accrue, and then we make teleporters so that we can give them wheat. Give more people access to Gong. These do not want Gong eventually. You do not want Gong. No. I'm not giving people... Well, I could just give it to them and then take it away. It's a chunk of it. I could just temporarily put one gong there. No, I'm wrong. I could temporarily put one gong there. Meet mission. Delete excess gong. We're about to not have enough wheat. And we don't have another wheat mill to turn on. We do have enough surplus wheat to run the extra wheat mill. It needs to be in range of you. And you. So there. Done. We can give them their wheat now. Well, barley. We might move you further away later. For now, give them wheat. They say, I want more things, so we can give you honey. Now they're not complaining. They would like Yak Guardian. Can do. Like Taxman. Well, I would like them to have Taxman. Kind of convinced that that's going to be the end of the range of this. Let time pass and make some money. Alright. What else do we give you? Cheese. Done. I'm not giving you the meat. I am okay with giving you yak racing, but yak racing means we need more yak. We just got more hay. We can set up the more yak. One. But now we've reached the limit of our ability to stuff yak here. No Yaktopias? I'm not making perfume yet. Till we're making perfume, no Yaktopias. How can I squeeze in what I want? If I put some there, I could probably rearrange all of these. And fit like here, 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 here. Just be painful. 4 more. In theory, that's 3 more, so... I want you to always do whichever one is furthest away that you're allowed. Pretty much. Okay, nearly finished the retetrising. Okay. Apparently I made 1 more hay than I make yak. Looks like there might be an answer. Done. And we're back in front of the yak curve. No, I agree, Amel, that's probably the next thing that we want to do. So, it's going to be this peasant zone, get this peasant zone happy. This peasant zone becomes the crushed crystal, and the crushed crystal was going to become the cedar, and at the same time it can become perfume for more efficient yak. I missed-sized this because I'm an idiot. Which actually means I've missed-sized that one as well. No, you do need to go back there. Good enough for the moment. that is the end of the road for the bath, but the bath, we just admit, gets ultra good road. That has extended Mr. Bath. Okay, now we need more cheese. We can do that. We go to the cheese zone. You reach there. You reach there. 8 extra cheese. There's now a little bit of a surplus. There is less of a surplus. We can also... we have enough space to give them the yak racing. Now it's honey. Which we are reaching the limit of, yep, the existing honey, so add in 2 more. Alright. Little bit there. The bath doesn't quite reach there. Everything does reach there, though. One more thing. You tempted me to give you the textiles, friend. No, I'd rather give you Mandala. Like Mandala there. As long as Bath still gets to there, yeah. And then honestly, probably the same thing there. Cheese and bread. Okay. Well, bread is easy enough. Just shove down another one of you. Done. And cheese. Cheese we're reaching the limit of. This cheese zone can't really do much more. Yeah. We've reached the edge of its range. So we're going to need another different version of you. What we could do is accept that some of the cheese is made outside of the touching range of that. So like there. Okay, this doesn't get the bonus 2, but that's not that crippling. There, that gets us ahead of the cheese curve again. Amazing how we are not... All of this produces 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14 cheeses, but only 5 textiles. Makes me want to take away the textiles from you. Say I did that. You would demand a bath instead. Yeah, no. I wouldn't mind degrading this. Do other people get better value from the textiles? The monks do get better value from the textiles. But the monks are limited by that I'm never going to give them incense anyway. So that doesn't matter. Oh, well, unless the missions end up telling us to give them incense. But otherwise I'm going to avoid giving them incense as long as it's achievable to do so. How is the egg surplus? Yeah, the egg surplus is still sizable. I reckon upgrade these guys. And then degrade the other ones. I don't need 800 spare people. So, tedious though it is. Boop. 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 So it would be nice if there was a de-evolve button. Rather than making you erase them and rebuild them at whatever level they'll actually accept existing at. And it looks like I'm crippling my lowlanders, but once we re-upgrade them, that problem will go away. Especially because you won't exist anymore. And that means we don't need... Yeah. You only go to here. And I guess for the moment, you only go to there, yeah. Alright. Now they won't over-upgrade. No pause? I assumed I was pause, my bad. There we go. Problem fixed. Done. Alright. And you know what? We make a save there. So. Decent number of both of these. Decent number of monks. Decent number of yaks. We were going to go do this. It feels like this is going to be a limiting resource such that it deserves ice. Yeah, I think that is true. Because we've got perfumeries we want to run, we've got giving perfume to people that we might want to do. There's a lot of demand for this crystal in a number of ways, and this is the only source of crystal on this map. So making it produce it more efficiently seems very reasonable. Need to turn on the lift, and I need to give that there. Alright. Send, here do. Beautiful. These three need to go into the tunnels. It's a bit sad that it's only increasing it by 1. That's actually quite sad. Oh well, that's all the crystal we have to work with, unless I'm willing to get a super ice temple thing happening, which we still don't have incense, so that's not a thing yet that we can do anyway. Now it was you, and then now that we have the crystal, we were going to use the crystal and this wood to actually make incense. Where were we doing that? Here. But we need to crush the crystal. Does anything use the raw crystal other than... Yeah, the perfume uses the raw crystal, so I don't want to crush all of it. Do I crush it where I'm picking it up, so that I get more that's in range of that? Probably yes. So, where's a crushinator? Yeah, that thing. That actually works kind of nicely, because as long as we get the herb in range of that as well. No, because then how do I get the crystal out from there? You need to be more like here. Herb. You claim that you aren't in range of that. So I am willing to shell out on some nicer road. There we go. You now produce enough to do both of these. Not getting distracted by that. We need one of you to send to this. This sends to these two, and then the rest to there. And then hopefully 10 is enough smushed for us to be happy. And then both of those need to get out. So we'd like a teleporter. We can't fit a teleporter. We can fit a teleporter if we do that. But now you can't reach that. 1 square away. Still 1 square away. Still 1 square away. Still 1 bloody square away. There we go. Teleporter. Done. Okay, where was the avalanche? Apparently nowhere important, because nowhere's costing this. What is costing is running all those new buildings that uses yaks when we have no yaks. And we are out of hay. Well, we actually have a tiny bit of hay. Technically, we could get these two to be 3 more, but then I have nowhere to put those. So we do the perfume now. Perfume only needed crushed. No, it needed rocks, my bad. And it needs incense, and I haven't done the incense yet. Ugh. Fine then, we do the incense. You were here, and then the other part of you was... here, and about to happen. So we need to get the crushed out of you. We need to redistribute it. Very good. You need to feed that. There is no ice available. Okay. We are finally at the stage where we need to put you back to this. Feed you to there. Turn you back on. That gets you operating again. Why did that go to 6, though? That shouldn't have gone to 6. We made 6 and before there was 0. Whatever. Ignore the math being weird. Now. Feels kind of wasteful to only get 1 extra out of you, but oh well. 5, 10, 15. I need you to pop in the teleporter. It's probably reasonable. You. And then it needs to come out of you and into our monastery thing here. Pity that isn't 1 more square. We could make it 1 more square there. No, because this is too big. Well, we could. If we moved you here... then that could smooth in, but... maybe we just do it here instead. Might almost be easier just yoinking it up. Is that true? That might be true. Especially if we make that where this is further... well, if this is further processed here... no, we probably do further processing of that there if we're going to do further processing. So, this is fine. Painted cedar to you. You to here. Hello, higher level monks. Also higher level tech, so we disable our bonus tech. Okay. We could also kill off one of these now. And we could... well, there's no point in killing you off. Yeah, we'll allow you to live for now. Leave that as is. Alright. Can we make you any happier? No, because you would absolutely demand incense and I systematically refuse to give that to you. What are you getting that they aren't? The Yak Guardian. Boost that bit of road. Done. Next, we want to make the yaks more efficient. So... perfume. Which means incense. Which we haven't done at all yet. Do we have spare wood? Only a very little bit. And that also means we need more honey. fine. You can send it to here. It doesn't use... Oh, actually it does use multiple people to do that. Fine, then anyone that can touch you should touch you. There, that's now plenty of available honey. 42 honey. There's no sensible way for us to use all that up doing incense. We need more wood. Wood was our wood farm over here. That's now 32. How's it going? Welcome, Ritukas. We're doing alright. This map is my kind of map, where you've just got lots and lots and lots of space. We could actually use our bonus tech to reach the current goal, but let's finish making the perfume first. So... here... you... I can get away with pushing you one higher. Something like that, so that he can touch most of this. These two seem reasonable. That needs rock crystal. That needs a teleporter then. And a local redistributor. Okay, and then incense. Which needs honey. No, that works. We grab another one of you. We pause, unlike last time. This goes to you. This goes to you, you, and you. Push you such that you're in range of him. And then we need the herbs. So that probably works better that way. Done. Need one more. There's all 4 incenses. It centralizes in you. It centralizes in you. In... There we go. In you. Some of those go here. We've still got lots spare. These don't need yaks, so who cares? Neither do those. What we need is the honey. Screws you up, fine. The honey needs local redistribution. There and there. And then finally, the perfume. Done. 24 perfume. And with that, we may go back to our vast yak field. The field in which we harvest our yaks. And convert this now to perfume-based yak. Or do we put it somewhere new? Bless me. Bless me. Would you actually be affected by this? I don't know. Thank you, VGF. Well, in any case, about half of this can go. I think I want a third one. Looks like I want a fourth one. Now, even I might have to admit that's getting a bit excessive. But... Or it is. Alright, then we need a teleporter for the perfume. A redistributor for the perfume. And then we need actually a little bit of hay. What's your issue? Ah, you are trying to also give to those and can't? Delete those. That's fine. Okay. You to feed those two. I don't want you to feed those two. Damn it, I can't control... Yeah. And then two more. One more. Done. We still have a huge yak deficit. I really thought that was going to do it. How much more perfume do we have? Enough to do 3. You forgot about the amusement park for yaks. They got a water slide. They get to play ball with the people. I need it to be in range of you. These need to go. I'm also tempted to... plop down an ice thing and see if that affects them. No, it doesn't affect the yak output, so... Womp womp! Newest one, go away. Go away. And we might have use for you later, but not now. You can't actually reach that. I'm not convinced I want you to even exist. Okay. I think I have too many though. 1, 2, 3, 4, and a bit. So what's going on? Bottom one, middle one, top one, side one, bottom one. So you are non-existent. Which is fair because you're out of range. 1, 2, 3. Okay, and there, and there. Whew. We've almost fixed our yak deficit at the cost of all the perfume. We can have 2 more. I only need 1 more. Fine. The trouble is you can't reach there. Another relay station. And then a tiny bit of nicer road. Oh, come on. That should get there. Thank you. We are now using all of the perfume just to get back to positive yak. On the other hand, we now have a huge mass of available hay again. I kind of want to make this flat and square even if it wastes some space. But I should resist that urge. And we should just shove some normal yak in there eventually. We can shove some normal yak in there eventually and that will be fine. 1, 2, 3, 4. One, 2, 3, 4. That will work pretty well. Okay. Whew. We need more normal workers again. Let's complete the next step of the mission and find out what we're supposed to do, instead of just growing infinitely. Raise a summit temple. 24 wood, 36 incense, 20 tapestries, 12 ornamental cedar. How much spare incense did we just make? $33. We need the tiniest bit more incense even. Means you need another wood. Means you need another herb. Oh, I didn't actually because we... Well, I feel silly. You overproduce. You overproduce. Okay, we can in theory do this, the incense component of this. Next, ornamental cedar. $12 of it. Means we need to make 36 of this, which is 4. So no, we do need another peasant zone at least. We need another peasant zone. So we're going to need a gold mine, a copper mine, a whole bunch of... Oh, maybe not. It might be that giving our existing peasant zone a level up would do it. Let's make a save. And take the lazy way then. Maybe. Which is giving these guys... possibly the utensils. Or the tapestries again. I've actually got a lot more ability to make utensil than tapestry, so I should give them utensil. Actually, we already have the thing we want there. We don't need either of you. We just need to repurpose you to... utensils. I didn't realize we had so few spare. So, where was the utensil zone? That was here. We turn on 2 more of those. Never had to give them the smoked meat. Mwahahaha! They say fish again. I could be a generous person and... Move over some extra fish. What are you getting that they aren't? The mandala. Which says maybe move that to like here. Or there. That's not what I intended to do. I meant move. We need 3. But we could then fit more people over here now. Yeah. Massive worker surplus. Has anything become undersupplied? This wants more utensils. That's producing as much as it's physically possible to do so. So we need to find another copper deposit. One that we actually want to exploit. You're okay. Especially if we can get you to touch that. Yeah. Okay, and from there... we need a local redistributor. Then we need... like 5 of these. Lovely. Those need to feed into the tunnel network. Now we have tons available. I'm happier not giving you utensils. The only thing that's missing is you, but you don't need it because you're not actually feeding it to anything. The artisan zone. A topiary down here would fix some of these. There. And then one here. But does it need to be that big? Could it be this one? Yes, it could be the littler one. Lovely. So what are you getting that you aren't? The beer. And I don't really want to pay for the extra nice road. I guess I'm willing to do it between the bath and you, but that's about it. That ends up spreading the beer slightly further. Nope, that's the beer limit. Yeah, that's about right. Okay. So incense we've done. Wood we could do with just a tick of a box. Tapestry we cannot just do with a tick of a box. We need a lot more wool. Yeah, we would need 20 wool and we currently only have like... Oh no, we have all that available. Alright, pick a river. You're a river. You're now the Tapestry River. Or... could we do it here so that it's inside your range? Okay, there's no sane way of getting it inside that thing's range. The river's just too far away, and I don't want to give it up on all of this, so no. We can put it on some other river. Is there a reason to keep it here? No. If there's a reason to keep it somewhere, it would be a river next to where we use crushed crystal, but we don't have a river next to where we use crushed crystal. We do use crushed crystal here, but it's not rivered. I do like that it's not far away from you here. Nah, we still need that. So we could do it here. I guess we do it here. So we need a source of the tapestries. We need to locally redistribute that. We need the crushed crystal. We need to redistribute that. That's literally now using all the crushed crystal. Okay. That's the 20 tapestry if we want it. I guess you should teleport. In which case, we don't care about that road. Where is the temple, the Summit Temple live? Here is nice. Done. Now we want to yeet the resources into you, including wood. We need to go turn the wood back on. Here, we were not collecting it as wood before. We were collecting it as... charcoal. Six, 12, 18, 24. Done. Into the teleporter with you. Done. Out the other side of the teleporter. Where's that base station gone? Here. Wood. Incense. Tapestry. We don't shove the incense in the network. That's up to me to fix. Tapestry. Where was the incense made? Here. You need to go in the network. Good. Back at the base station thing, we yoink it out. Lovely. Avalanche. But between the honkenings and that, we're fine. Ornamental Seder. That needs us to make the ornaments. That needs us to yoink gold and copper. How much gold and copper? We wanted 3 of these. Yeah, we need 3 of these. 3 of these needs 36. 36 is 4 of these, which is 6 copper. You only produce 4 copper. That's a problem. Into the network with you. We'll make the rest next to this copper deposit. Which means we need to turn that on. It also means we're somewhat nicely near this soon-to-be source of extra ice. So we can have, in theory, an efficiency thing if we want it. What do we want? We want copper out of the network. We need to locally redistribute it. Okay, we want 4 of you. Done. Now they need gold and charcoal. Charcoal. We need to up our charcoal production. Back to down here. Turn you on. Turn you on. That should be enough charcoal. Yes, just barely. Now we need a set of gold for you. It's copper. That's copper. That's copper. That's copper. Where's a spare gold, game? There might not be one. Well then, less minting, more end goal. So we disable you. We disable you. That's enough. We come up to here, we say we need a gold. We need to locally distribute it. Very good. And now this needs to enter the network. Well, does it? Because we need to use this to make the next thing. So actually, we probably make the next thing here as well. The next thing is you. Or had we already built you over here? We had not, so that's fine. Three of these. We need to agglomerate these and then distribute them. Oh, I got the number wrong. Well then, we do get to have an ice altar here. There we go. That makes these just efficient enough that we can run this. Then it's the cedar. A game with yakking that you don't mind? Yak, 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 yak. You're a bit sick of the characters talking in... I was enjoying your David Cage game. If I had to play through it, why shouldn't other people? Then we need to yoink these out of the network. And then to the base station. Yoink, yoink, yoink. And finally... glorious victory! One more of these. One. Is there a road tile there? Why aren't I allowed to do that? Well, let some time pass. We also need slightly more monks. Yeah, no money. Okay, no money. I don't want to give you anything. I don't want to give these anything. They're already all level 3, except you. What aren't you receiving that the others are? The Yak Guardian. So we slightly improve this road. I'd like these to be level 3 as well. What aren't they getting? They aren't getting an education. Because this is weak. Do I have enough spare cedar? No. I need to make more of the painted cedar, actually. The only reason we're meeting the goal is because these two are extra efficient, and it's making up for the one missing one of this. And that kind of says we need more monks, which I just desperately would like to avoid doing. So, you know what? We're going to just ignore it. Let some time pass. Grab you, shove you here. Victory. Life in the mountains seems so unnecessarily complicated. Life in the Scottish Highlands is convoluted enough. Wonderful! Another summit temple. Why do we keep building these? To show our gratitude to the spirits for solving our problem with the mist. What? It was us who realized moving into the mountains would save us from the mist. Ah, but we weren't acting alone. The divine power of the spirits was guiding our action. I don't need anyone to guide my actions, thank you very much. Please stop arguing. Remember, building the temples also has practical implications, like accessing new mountains and spreading knowledge. Also, why wouldn't we do it if we can? Now, stay? What does this map let us sell? Because I hadn't actually dealt with that. We should probably export whatever this map lets us export. Am I allowed to just sell anything? We're allowed to just sell anything these days, apparently. Maybe that's a bonus of... How do we leave, though, then? Ah, this is how now we leave between them. Alright. And so now we have gained extra access to this one. Wind Slab. And the Crown. 2 more new maps. And possibly this one, Talon Top. And then that gives us access to this, this, and this. But... what I have realized is these are just the other scenarios that we already played in the scenario mode. So, as much as building on Giant Big Mountain was fun, these don't really contribute to any more challenge beyond what we've already faced before. So, womp womp. This will be then the end of this, I think. Like, if we go look at... Can I go back? If we instead go look at... Here, it's just these. Wind Slab, Demon's Rest, Big Rock. So... yeah, there might be something that happens when I do all of them. But I think I'll probably do that off screen. So cheers all, thank you for joining. I hope you've enjoyed, the post-game. We had a look at the post-game content for Laysara. It lets you it lets you play out the extra scenario maps, incorporating them into your big city network so you can try and get all the cities together to have a super giga mega population. Like that map that we were just on would be good. I know one of the in-game achievements was like, have 10,000 population in a single map. And I can't see you doing that on any of the other maps that I know of. At least not reasonably. But that feels like some gardening that I would enjoy doing off-stream slowly when I'm like watching something else in an evening. So yeah. Catch us for more, but probably not of this in the future. For now, peace. Those of you here live, is there anyone that respect what they're doing? No. So I'm going to have to let you make your own way in the world while I go have dinner. As for tomorrow, what is tomorrow? It's already Saturday. Didn't know it was Saturday. Well, then that means tomorrow will be Sellout Sunday. We haven't decided on our game yet. What is on the shortlist? The shortlist of Sellout Sunday games for the moment is... oh, that's Movie Monday. Stone Cold Ice Creamery. Scoop It Up. For the Wii. Survivor. Also for the Wii. And Decoy's suggestion, Barbie Horse Rescue. Wild Horse Rescue. Ugh. So it looks like we're probably playing a Wii game tomorrow. Yes, Barbie Horse Adventure, Wild Horse Rescue. You thought it was Puppy Rescue? There's probably several that are very, very similar. That's... there's also your 4 hours. You've not... is this true? Can we check our dictator list? What haven't we done? No, I don't see you on the current list. Did you redeem it and I just haven't added it to the list yet? That could be true. Been a bit behind on that. Pop that out. Here. Nemablob, Nemablob, Nemablob. Dark Cloud Chronicles. Dark Chronicle / Dark Chronicle 2. No, I haven't actually looked at that. So I am... That's not immediately something. That looks kind of cute. Maybe once we're done with I'll make that my homework. Once I've had dinner, I'll go try and work out if the local game trader has that, and I can be ready for doing that in the future. But no, tomorrow, Sellout Sunday, and then possibly even some Tails Racing, because it is the new Legend period, or maybe we do another crappy Wii game or GameCube sort of era game. For now, though, peace everyone. Thank you for hanging out.